Chapter 24:12. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Little Bird. The primogenitor Dharma idol was the strongest ability of the demon god domain. No matter which clan the demon god domain expert belonged to, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the opportunity to summon the primogenitor Dharma idol of their clan. Of course, there were some differences in the strength of the ancestor Dharma idol that they summoned. However, generally speaking, only those in the Divine Emperor realm could summon the ancestor Dharma idol. Unexpectedly, Hao could summon the ancestor Dharma idol before he reached the Divine Emperor realm. No wonder he was one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black divine phoenix Dharma idol suddenly appeared behind Hao. The divine phoenix was completely black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the divine phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be burning. Even the soil on the ground was burning. In an instant, it turned into lava. It was the same in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the color of the sky within 10,000 miles had changed. What was even more domineering was that the appearance of the divine phoenix actually made the surrounding nomological powers retreat. However, Yi Xian was surprised to find that he could actually ignore the power of the fire element Dharma idol. At this moment, although Yi Xian could feel some heat, he did not feel uncomfortable or oppressed at all. This time, even Yi Xian himself found it unbelievable. System, what's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the divine phoenix Dharma idol? Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system because Yi Xian realized that even the divine emperor from the Kunlun god domain could not help but retreat a distance. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground made Yi Xian realize that the enemy had launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it. Could it be that the enemy deliberately made it? Ding! System notification, insufficient data. The system cannot provide an answer. Ding! System notification, detecting the host. Detection successful. The host has been affected by an unknown power and is immune to all Dharma idol attacks. The system suddenly notified. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What was going on? Why was he immune to all fire element Dharma idol powers? Yi Xian quickly thought about it, but he couldn't remember what he had done. However, he was immune to all the power of the law of fire. What was going on? This time, even Yi Xian was confused. Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder if there was some expert secretly helping him. After all, Yi Xian could not think of any other reason other than this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. While Yi Xian was puzzled, Hao had already launched his attack. Hao suddenly launched an attack. The divine phoenix instantly flew above Yi Xian's head and circled around him. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out flames at Yi Xian. Of course, this ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol could not exist forever. Moreover, the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol that Hao had summoned only knew one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until he exhausted all of his energy. Hao smiled slightly. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol's full-powered attack. One had to know that the flames that were spat out continuously had a powerful suppressive ability and would continue to increase. Hao still did not believe that anyone could withstand it. Even if they did not immediately turn into ashes, they would definitely be swallowed up by the ever-increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was not affected at all. At this moment, Yi Xian actually only felt a little warm. Yes. That was it. Yi Xian actually only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or harm at all. Those so-called powerful flames were actually just equivalent to baking the sun for Yi Xian. They were no threat at all. Yi Xian looked up at the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol that was hovering above his head in confusion. He was a little puzzled as to why Hao would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Yi Xian still could not understand, so he turned around and took a step towards Xi Hao. One step. It was just one step, but in an instant, everyone's expression changed, including Xi Hao's. The people of the Kunlun god domain were in disbelief and ecstasy. And the people of the demon god domain were in panic and shock. At this moment, Xi Hao was the most shocked. After all, he was the one who summoned the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol. He knew best that such a powerful ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol did not affect that person at all. How was this possible? How did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Xi Hao actually stuttered a little. Yi Xian glanced at Xi Hao indifferently and said indifferently, "Did you release this little bird to barbecue meat for me?" Little bird. He actually called the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma idol a little bird. Not to mention Xi Hao and the others from the demon god domain, even the people from the Kunlun god domain looked at each other. Wasn't their domain law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol like this? What was an ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol? In the case of the human clan, this was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Yi Xian's words were used on the human clan, it would be like calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was so arrogant and domineering. Xi Hao's expression changed drastically. He was infuriated by Yi Xian. However, the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol in the sky was still locked onto Yi Xian and kept spewing flames. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol's flame attack followed suit. Yi Xian could ignore it, but it did not mean that others could. Even Xi Hao could not ignore it. In the hearts of the people from the demon god domain, the ancestor's power was unparalleled. It was also a power that absolutely could not be resisted. It was just like how Yi Xian had used that mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestor's return. He could kill countless people from the demon god domain and scare the remaining people away. The ancestor's power was something that no one from the demon god domain could resist. At this moment, Yi Xian was actually walking towards him with the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol's attack. Xi Hao actually screamed instinctively, "You, don't come over." Xi Hao was not afraid of Yi Xian. Instead, he was afraid of the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Yi Xian's head. Of course, it was more or less the same thing. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol followed behind Yi Xian. Every step Yi Xian took, it would follow. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Chapter 24:13. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 5 million jade stones. Yi Xian suddenly swung the god-slaying sword and 7 sword lights shot towards Xi Hao. Most importantly, the 7 sword lights actually carried a portion of the power of the godly phoenix law towards Xi Hao. No! Xi Hao screamed in horror, but his body could not move at all. This was because when facing the primogenitor Dharma idol, no one from the demon god's domain could resist it. In Yi Xian's eyes, Xi Hao was like a fool who had given up all defense and allowed the 7 sword lights to hit him. Boom! In a defenseless situation, Yi Xian's deity vanquishing slash actually smashed Xi Hao into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Even Yi Xian did not expect such an attack. He originally thought that no matter what, this move would not be able to kill Xi Hao so easily. However, things went beyond his expectations. Xi Hao actually gave up on defense. Of course, Yi Xian did not know that this was all because Yi Xian's deity vanquishing slash already carried a portion of the primogenitor Dharma idol's attack. With a wave of his hand, Xi Hao's yin and yang ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. As for the rest of the demon god's domain people, they quickly fled without looking back. At this time, because Xi Hao was already dead, the primogenitor Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he did not want to return empty-handed. Therefore, he immediately teleported and the rest of the Kunlun god's domain people chased after him. When they had killed all the demon god's domain people, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body and directly teleported all the people who were still alive out. At this time, Mi Yun and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out consciously walked in front of their divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had obtained. Although the white jade stones looked like they could be found everywhere, it was not that easy to collect them. At this time, the people who had handed over the white jade stones were similar to those from the demon god's domain and Kunlun god's domain. Some had tens of thousands of stones, while some had only a few hundred. It could be said that this was related to the final result of the war. Therefore, even Mi Yun and the divine masters of demon god's domain were carefully watching. Of course, no one would lie. After all, this was something that had been negotiated from the beginning. Since it was a decision, both parties would follow the agreement. Whichever side obtained the least amount of white jade would be the loser. At the same time, both sides also sent a person to each other's camp. This person was the supervisor. They would accurately report the number of white jade stones each side had. Kunlun God Domain, 1,863,200 pieces. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123 pills. Is Jade Xian's domain? Atlas Studios is Studios MNLN Miluana Studios? Is Studios' Chaz domain? How was under Palace Milanlizen's? It could be said that the demon god's domain was starting to lose. Finally, the only godly venerable from the demon god's domain walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade stone the size of a small mountain appeared. Demon god's domain, demon god's domain, demon god's domain. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable from the other side had not handed over the white jade stones. However, they were still quite excited because this godly venerable alone could take out more than 5 million stones. At this time, the godly venerable from the demon god's domain finally walked up. With a wave of his hand, a small mountain appeared as well. Demon god's domain, demon god's domain, demon god's domain, demon god's domain. It was a difference of almost 2 million stones. At this time, the demon god's domain divine master was smiling because he felt that victory was in his hands. After all, there were less than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had not handed over their white jade stones, including Yi Xian. Yi Xian lifted his foot and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade stone. However, the demon god's domain divine master's voice rang out, "Ha, divine master Mimi, it seems that our demon god's domain has won this battle. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item." Was the demon god's domain divine master celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 godly kings from the demon god's domain left. Under normal circumstances, a godly king would only be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones at most. Therefore, even if these people all took out their jade stones, they would only have slightly more than 1 million pieces. Indeed, it seemed that the demon god's domain had won. After all, there were also more than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had not handed over their white jade stones. Mimi frowned slightly. In fact, even she felt that this battle was hopeless. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade stone the size of a mountain appeared. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian. The demon god's domain divine master subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The demon god's domain divine master's meaning could not be more obvious. He did not believe that Yi Xian, a mere godly king, could take out so many white jade stones. In fact, they had to thank Ci Hao. Because of the bloodline of the Ci Hao emperor, many of the white jade stones were in his possession. Since Yi Xian had killed Ci Hao's yin and yang ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more, no less. Yi Xian had obtained 5 million. In other words, Yi Xian was not much better than the 2 godly venerables. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a mere godly king. Yet, he had taken out as many white jade stones as a godly venerate. In an instant, everyone's face changed color. Kunlun God's domain, 24,640,000 pieces. The overseer of the demon's celestial divine realm said in a trembling voice. As an overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out. Quick, take out all your white jade stones. The demon god domain's god lord turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people didn't hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade stones. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had a few tens of thousands of pieces at most. Even if there were a dozen of them, how could they compete with Yi Xian's 5 million pieces? In fact, the rest of the Kunlun God's domain people did not even need to take out their white jade stones because the result was already out. Demon God's domain divine master, it seems that you are celebrating too early. That thing is destined to be mine. Mi Yi smiled as she glanced at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 24:14. 12 seeds. But who would have thought that Yi Xian would bring him such a pleasant surprise? The demon god domain's Lord God looked at Mi Li. He knew that the outcome was already decided. Unless he started another war, the outcome would be sealed. But he was not willing to start a war here. It could be said that if he started another war, the two god domains would not rest until one of them was dead. It could even lead to an all-out war. The demon god domain was not ready for an all-out war, so he could only give up. Useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the demon god domain's Lord God domain killed all the demon god domain elites who had participated in the treasure hunt. Even the godly venerable realm expert could not resist. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Was this the power of a demon god? Not even a divine venerable expert could put up a struggle. Of course, this was an internal matter of the demon god domain. Even if the demon god domain's Lord God killed all his subordinates, it had nothing to do with the Kunlun god domain. Retreat. The demon god domain's Lord God domain roared and disappeared. Clearly, he had left the place. Hearing the order, the demon god domain people quickly retreated from the battlefield. In an instant, the Kunlun god domain people roared with excitement. They had won this battle. At the cost of tens of billions of lives, they had finally won. Mi Li looked at Yi Xian with a rare smile on her face. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. With that, Mi Li disappeared. Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring. Although he did not know what Mi Li gave him, Yi Xian knew that it was not something simple. After all, this was a reward from Mi Li. How could it be simple? Of course, Yi Xian was not in the mood to care about this. He quickly returned to his army and began to retreat with his men. The god domain war that had lasted for hundreds of years finally came to an end. The entire Kunlun god domain was in jubilation. In the following time, the divine palace guards would distribute the rewards to the various regional commanders according to their battle merits. And these rewards would be given to the people in the god domain by the regional commanders. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yi Xian naturally needed to rest for a few days. Fian had been waiting in Yizong for a long time. During this time, Yi Xian had been fighting in the over-god battlefield, while Fian had basically been managing the entire Jiufang 60,000 realms. Clearly, Fian took care of it very well. Young master, you're back. Fian looked at Yi Xian and said excitedly. At this time, everyone from the Jiufang 60,000 territories had already gathered at the Yi sect. The current Jiufang 60,000 realms was no longer the Jiufang 60,000 realms that Yi Xian had left. As good news spread throughout the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realms dared to be dissatisfied with Yi Xian anymore. It could be said that Yi Xian had become the true master of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Commander. Loud cheers rang out like a tsunami. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and said, let's call it a day. I'm a little tired. We'll give out rewards in a few days. Yes, Lord Regional Commander. Naturally, no one dared to object. Actually, for the Jiufeng 60,000 realms, there wasn't much of a need to give out rewards based on merit. After all, the complete offensive system allowed every soldier to roughly know how many rewards they would receive. Sure enough, after a few days, under Fian's arrangement, the rewards began to be given out without any objections. After all, due to the military merit system, everyone had a rough idea of how many rewards they would receive. Kun Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Yi Xian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kun Buyu was Yi Xian's earliest friend. While the Jiufeng 60,000 realms celebrated, Yi Xian opened the reward that Mi Yan gave him. Yi Xian knew very well that Mi Yan's reward wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, when he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were countless resources. It could be said that if Yi Xian was an ordinary cultivator, it would be enough for him to advance to the godly venerable realm. Even if Yi Xian devoured it now, it would be enough for him to advance to the superior divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Yi Xian not to notice that divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained a boundless aura of life, causing Yi Xian to notice it the moment he opened his universe ring. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and took it out. However, when Yi Xian opened the wooden box, he was a little surprised. The reason for that was because there were 12 seeds in the wooden box. Seeds? What kind of seeds are these? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. System, what are these things? Yi Xian asked the system directly. Ding! System notification, host, please be aware that this detection will consume 5 million faith points. Do you accept? It would consume 5 million faith points. Yi Xian was a little surprised. System, how many faith points do I have now? Ding! System notification, host currently has 513 faith points, 5,130,000 faith points. However, it would cost 5 million faith points just to detect a few seeds. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be obtained easily. However, when he thought that this thing's origin was definitely not simple, Yi Xian decided to take the risk. Alright, confirm. Ding! System notification, the target is the 12 trees of law. Ding! System notification, the trees of law contain a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, but it can also improve the divine power structure of the secret zone, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc. It was the seed of the trees of law. Yi Xian took the sapling of the ancient fire tree of law. It was just a sapling, but it already had such a strong power. Although these trees of law might be far from comparable to the sapling of the ancient fire tree of law. After all, these were trees of law. He had struck gold. Yi Xian was overjoyed because he had already found a good place for these trees of law. That was Yi Xian's own devouring space. It could be said that Yi Xian had always been worried about the devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the law energy, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat lacking. The most direct manifestation of this was that it was not as easy for the people living inside to advance as compared to the outside. Moreover, due to the lack of law energy in the devouring space, it was rarely used in actual combat. However, if Yi Xian cultivated the devouring space to the same level as the outside, or even surpassing the outside, what would the result be? Chapter 24:15. Planting trees. Yi Xian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him excitedly. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the Tree of Laws, Yi Xian's devouring space would definitely undergo a huge change. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's consciousness moved and entered the devouring space. In a previous battle, Yi Xian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power and damaged it. The pitiful devouring space had never been at peace during this period of time. It had been damaged time and time again, and Yi Xian had taken its power. When Yi Xian entered the devouring space, all he saw was desolation. Withered trees, collapsed mountains, a dusky sky, a gray earth, and an unbearable lack of nomological laws. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that he had really taken too much from the devouring space. However, Yi Xian was going to make up for it today. He was going to change the devouring space. Even if it was just a small change, Yi Xian believed that with continuous accumulation, the devouring space would continue to grow. System, gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Yi Xian said calmly to the system. However, deep down, he was very excited. Yi Xian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather all the resources. After all, what he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees. He wanted to plant the 12 sacred trees of laws. Following Yi Xian's command, the system gathered all of Yi Xian's resources together. These resources would become nutrients for the sacred trees of laws. At the same time, they would also be used to change the devouring space. Yi Xian didn't want the sacred trees of laws to be seen by the people in the devouring space. Although Yi Xian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived there, it was inevitable that people would have selfish desires. Yi Xian didn't want to see the sacred trees of laws cause a fight between the people in the devouring space. He was more willing to see the 12 sacred trees of laws silently contribute their nomological powers to change the entire devouring space. Rise! Yi Xian's consciousness enveloped the entire engulfing space. As soon as he gave the order, 12 different locations in the engulfing space changed dramatically. In a place that was originally just a barren desert, countless sand and stones were rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was this palace? Other than Yi Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was an enormous maze that only had one path to the center. Moreover, Yi Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. But in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree, the divine tree of law. There were a total of 3 such palaces, each with a strange and unique design. In the sky, one restriction after another continuously condensed, then one floating island after another quickly appeared. On these floating islands, all of them were filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Moreover, Yi Xian used the power of the formation to link the hundreds of large lakes on the ground with the floating island in the sky. Therefore, there should not be a waterfall on the floating islands, but there was one. Furthermore, it flowed endlessly from the floating islands. The waterfall flew for thousands of miles, and silver ribbons covered the sky. The rainbows seemed to never disappear, making this place seem like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 sections, each protecting the 3 divine tree of law seeds. There were flowers, grass, and naturally, beasts. Powerful divine beasts appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission, to protect the saplings of the divine tree of law. Furthermore, Yi Xian even made a new decision. He would arrange for his retired sword servants to stay around the saplings of the divine tree of law. He would let them enjoy the rest of their lives here and protect the divine tree of law on behalf of Yi Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that by the side of these divine trees, the pets and sword attendants that were unable to keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps because of their aptitude would have the possibility of advancing once again. The sky and the desert had changed, so naturally, the sea would change as well. The power of law still had different attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, life, and death. These were the 12 main law attributes. The 3 main laws in the sky, time, and space, were the 3 main laws. In the desert, Yi Xian had arranged for the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine trees of law. Water and wood. Yi Xian used his divine sense to construct 2 underwater dragon palaces at the bottom of the sea. They were dazzling and magnificent. If the one in the desert was a maze and the one in the sky was a paradise, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the seeds of the 8 divine trees of law, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Because what he was going to arrange next was life, death, light, and darkness. Life law. Death law. Light law. Darkness law. It could be said that the power of these 4 laws was the power of the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on the devouring space and even Yi Xian himself. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Yi Xian did not want others to know about the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too common and too important. However, at the same time, they were the most easily understood laws. Therefore, Yi Xian hid them. Just the power they emitted was enough for the people in the Space Devourer to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the law of the plane. If someone wanted to obtain it, would he use the law of the plane to challenge Yi Xian's authority? Yi Xian did not know, but he did not want his Space Devourer to be disturbed in the slightest. Therefore, Yi Xian hid them as well. However, Yi Xian was more willing to let people come into contact with the 4 laws of life, death, light, and darkness. The life and death laws were especially important to Yi Xian. Needless to say, these 2 laws could extend the lifespan of the people in the Space Devourer. After all, the flow of time in the Space Devourer was different from the outside world. Yi Xian did not want to see the people in the Space Devourer perish one by one because their cultivation was not high enough. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let people come into contact with this power so that they could use it properly. Boom! Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that 2 incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain, there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of law power. Chapter 24:16. Reign of Divine Power. Yi Xian did not deliberately arrange for anyone to guard the 4 palaces, nor did he interfere too much with the operations of the 4 palaces. Other than informing everyone in the devouring space that they could approach the Tree of Laws to gain power, Yi Xian did not do anything else. This was because Yi Xian wanted to let nature take its course. The power of law was an opportunity. Even in the devouring space, even if Yi Xian was the master of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of law. After all, even Yi Xian himself could only borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Yi Xian only left opportunities in the 4 palaces. Whoever obtained what would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the 4 palaces naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Furthermore, the first batch of people had already started to challenge them. Yi Xian did not care too much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the Tree of Laws. That was a place where Yi Xian used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space to create an infinite loop. Once there, you could see the Tree of Laws, but you would never be able to touch it. This was because Yi Xian used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and walk out of it with your own power, you would never be able to enter it. No matter how powerful the person who devoured the space was, they would be marked with the mark of the devouring space. In fact, no matter how powerful one was, without Yi Xian's approval, they would never be able to walk out of the devouring space. Therefore, that place was an unsolvable place. Yi Xian looked at the 4 palaces that were called sacred grounds by the people who devoured the space and smiled. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were more important things to deal with next. Even though the 12 Tree of Laws seeds had been planted, it would take some time for them to take effect. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to catalyze the growth of the Tree of Laws. At the same time, he needed to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you are, let's begin. Yi Xian said to the system. At this moment, the system had already mobilized almost all of Yi Xian's resources, spiritual stones, and so on. Yi Xian wanted to make it rain in the devouring space. A rain of divine power. Ding! the transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding! The resources have been decomposed successfully. The divine power has been dispersed successfully. The rain of divine power has begun to fall. It was raining. It began to drizzle in the devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, beasts, and plants were pleasantly surprised to find that it was a rain of divine power falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants swayed, greedily absorbing the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with laughter. And in Yi Xian's eyes, the entire devouring space was also undergoing tremendous changes. The sky was beginning to clear up, and the flowers and trees were beginning to recover and even evolve. One by one, the beasts that were originally ignorant slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space was slowly beginning to take shape. It was an isolated island, an incomparably huge isolated island that hung high in the devouring space. In fact, that was the mainland of the devouring space. Around it was infinite chaos. Those chaotic areas were the places that Yi Xian needed to unlock in the future. This mainland was the entire devouring space that Yi Xian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to show clearly. The power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire mainland was slowly expanding towards the chaotic areas. Of course, this was extremely slow. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Yi Xian realized that something was still missing. After a moment, he realized that the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars were much better made from special resources or things that contained the power of the laws. However, Yi Xian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the mystic moon, or the mystic sun. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wave his hand helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose. Only then did the entire devouring space take on its true form. Of course, the devouring space was like a pot with a lid on it. There was only a front and no back. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, this was all that Yi Xian could do now. The sun, moon, and stars were actually just things that Yi Xian had created using ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was already enough. Yi Xian also knew that he couldn't make the entire devouring space so perfect in one go. After all, he still didn't have the strength and foundation to do so. Just like the saying, if you want to eat, you have to eat one bite at a time. And the devouring space also had to be perfected step by step. Yi Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while, to see if he could still make some adjustments. One moment, he was moving mountains, the next moment, he was modifying rivers. Sometimes, he was relocating entire species, building pavilions, towers, and palaces in beautiful places out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and boldly carried out the modifications. Of course, it was still necessary to divide the devouring space. After all, if different powers suddenly merged together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. However, this time, Yi Xian created a special area at the edge of the devouring space. The prison area. This was a place that Yi Xian prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially designed to defeat the enemies that were lured into the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian meticulously constructed one great formation after another, one magical restriction after another. This place was the complete opposite of the bright and beautiful outside. There was only darkness and the aura of death. Poisonous gas filled the air, and exotic beasts ran rampant. This was because this was a place that Yi Xian prepared for his enemies. As long as anyone entered this place, even if Yi Xian didn't kill them, he would make them suffer all the hardships in the world. After doing all this, Yi Xian withdrew his divine sense from the devouring space. Chapter 24:17. Exploring Nine's secret city again for the past 3 days, Yi Xian had remained in his palace. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were all silently waiting for Yi Xian to come out. After all, the Kunlun god domain had won the battle of the over-gods this time, and the over-gods had also bestowed countless rewards. Under the leadership of Yi Xian, the Kunlun god domain had made great contributions. Even if the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were able to receive their own rewards because of the military contribution system, they still hoped to see Yi Xian. To see their honorable provincial governor. The people raised their heads in anticipation, silently looking at the tightly shut palace door. They all knew that it was because of their provincial governor's wise leadership that they were able to receive such generous rewards in this battle. It could be said that their rewards this time were so great that even those ancient great factions would not be able to find a second time. Therefore, the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were all waiting for their provincial governor to appear. "Look, the palace door is open," someone shouted. In an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the palace door. After a while, a young man slowly walked out. Step by step. However, every step he took seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation base was, no matter what your background was, at this moment, the moment you saw that young man, there was only one action. And that was to kneel down and worship him. Yi Xian came out. He walked out of the palace. But the moment he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions and 60,000 territories. Some of them had participated in this battle, and some of them had not. But regardless of whether they had participated in this battle of the over-gods this time, they could only worship Yi Xian. "Greetings, provincial governor." A voice shook the entire space. It was the voice of 10 billion people shouting in unison. It was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, column after column, 10 billion people lined up in neat square formations from the ground all the way to the clouds. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He never thought that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. "Get up." With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian signaled everyone to rise. "Thank you, Lord Military Governor." 10 billion people stepped forward at the same time. However, such a small action was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from here. This was 10 billion people, and among them, there was no lack of powerhouses. How could the power of 10 billion gods be so simple? Yi Xian knew why these people were here, but Yi Xian didn't care too much. Whether it was the regional commanders or the law enforcers, in truth, Yi Xian did not care too much about them. Especially now that the battle of the gods was over, Yi Xian had actually made a new decision. Yi Xian would not be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the worship of these billions of people. After all, Yi Xian still had his own matters to attend to. The Jiufeng 60,000 realms had already been prepared to leave after Yi Xian completed the battle of the gods. Yi Xian looked around, looked at the excited people, and lightly smiled. "I know what you are all here for, but I don't like this kind of unnecessary formality. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally take note of it and reward you." Yi Xian's words were very calm. There was no generous or inspiring speech, and he didn't even say a single word. However, it was this kind of plain language that truly made people believe in him. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Therefore, no matter how many words they said, they would not be as effective as Yi Xian's one sentence. "Cultivate well. What you deserve will be given to you." This was Yi Xian's promise and Yi Xian's encouragement. Just this simple sentence was enough for the powerhouses of the Jiufang 60,000 realms to understand Yi Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand again, ending this meeting. This was the first time Yi Xian had faced his own people since becoming the regional commander of the Jiufang 60,000 realms. Obviously, the results were very good. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Countless powerhouses were leaving this place. Yi Xian waited until everyone had left before he smiled and walked forward. There were still many things waiting for Yi Xian to do. However, Yi Xian now had to go to Nine Secret City again. Most of the Annihilation Organization's strength had been eliminated, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with. That was the fragment of the ancient Annihilation Organization's headquarters in the secret realm of the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably did not even have a way to enter it. After all, it was protected by the primal chaos law. However, Yi Xian could not enter now, but that did not mean that he had forgotten where it was. Yi Xian was waiting for an opportunity, or rather, an opportunity. The realm of the gods was so big that even the seed of the tree of laws could be used. Therefore, it was not surprising that a treasure that could break through the seal of the primal chaos law and enter that space would appear. Of course, being able to enter that space and killing the members of the ancient Annihilation Organization were two different things. Yi Xian was very clear on this point. Therefore, this time, he did not explore the first secret realm, which he clearly knew what it contained. Instead, he explored the second one. Nine Secret City, the 9 great secret realms. Previously, Yi Xian had not had time to deal with them because he had been constantly fighting. Now, Yi Xian had a lot of time and could explore them one by one. Yi Xian was confident that the Dharma Laksana he had obtained previously had been integrated into the bloodline of Wan Zun. This time, Yi Xian did not bring anyone. He walked towards the second secret realm alone. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At least the first secret realm had given him something. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 death realms, had no clues. It was not that no one had entered it before, but all of them had died. Yi Xian did not have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision that he had made after thinking for a long time. This was because the second secret realm was the only secret realm where people had come out alive. However, those who had come out seemed to have been greatly affected by something. They were either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian did not have full confidence in entering the second secret realm as a first-grade divine king, but that did not mean that he would give up. Chapter 24:18. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to just sit at home and be a regional commander? No. No. Yi Xian's goal was power, because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, finding Luoluo. However, after being in the immortal realm for so long, other than knowing that Luoluo was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian had no other clues. After living a peaceful life for so long, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to gain power, he had to fight for it himself. A war in the divine domain was indeed a place where one could improve quickly. However, a war in the divine domain only happened once every few 100,000 years. Was Yi Xian going to sit here and wait for another few 100,000 years? Step by step, Yi Xian stepped into the second secret realm. In the beginning, there wasn't anything noteworthy in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yi Xian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Besides Yi Xian's footsteps, there seemed to be nothing else. However, there was something strange that made Yi Xian raise his guard. That was, in this place, Yi Xian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious force. In other words, Yi Xian's divine will could only detect the wall, but couldn't penetrate it. More importantly, he couldn't even figure out what the wall was. Another thing was the pressure. In this cave, every step Yi Xian took increased the pressure. It felt as if the second secret realm was a place that didn't want to be disturbed. Therefore, it was using its pressure to force away anyone who entered. However, was that really the case? Was the so-called death realm really that simple? Did it just want to force Yi Xian back? Yi Xian walked forward step by step. Beads of sweat had appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. To be honest, this feeling of increasing pressure was very unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the endless feeling. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but want to turn back. It was as if there was a voice constantly hinting at Yi Xian. Turn back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure this strong pressure. In fact, Yi Xian did turn his body. When he stopped moving towards the second secret realm, all the pressure seemed to disappear in an instant. It was a very comfortable feeling. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. Regardless of the obstacles in the second secret realm, Yi Xian would not give up since he had already decided to enter it. I want to see what secrets is hidden inside this secret realm. Yi Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, this sentence seemed to spread infinitely. His voice, it echoed throughout the cave. His voice echoed again and again, getting softer and softer. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. He continued to take a step forward. Boom! A strong pressure instantly descended on Yi Xian. As he moved further and further, the pressure on Yi Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to withstand it. However, things were not that simple. Yi Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent murderous intent burst out. The killing intent was wrapped in the pressure. In that instant, countless illusions appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all people who had been killed by Yi Xian. Headless enemies, severed arms, split halves of enemies, and even enemies that had been reduced to minced meat. Countless voices echoed around Yi Xian. Give me back my life. You deserve to die. We are so lonely. Come and keep us company. Countless voices erupted in an instant, accompanied by an extremely strong killing intent. It could be said that Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat in an instant. Ding! Detected that the host is affected by the illusion. Automatically removing it. Ding! Successfully removing the illusion. Illusion. It was just an illusion. Yi Xian was sweating profusely. Although it had only been a blink of an eye, Yi Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, apart from the voices, the illusions, and the strong pressure and killing intent, this place could actually increase the fear of those who entered. Yi Xian finally understood why people could successfully walk out of here. Furthermore, once they got out, they either went crazy or became stupid. They were simply scared out of their wits on this road. Even Yi Xian, who had such a strong mind and the protection of the system, had almost fallen into this trap, let alone others. This was not a problem of realm or cultivation level at all. On this path, what those who entered had to overcome the most was not the pressure or the illusions, but themselves. Their own inner demons. Which strong person did not kill? Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, it would inevitably leave a shadow in their hearts. These shadows usually did not affect them in the slightest. Even Yi Xian did not feel that he had killed the innocent. However, in this second secret realm cave, there was a strange power that constantly affected the judgment of those who entered. When those who entered were fully focused on resisting the pressure, there would suddenly be an explosion of strong killing intent and illusions. It was likely that not many people could withstand it. And there was only one consequence for not being able to withstand it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions and even have their consciousness taken over. Not to mention having their consciousness taken over, even if it was just a little bit, it would be expanded again and again due to the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be swallowed up by the negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's inner demons. To pass, one either had to have an extremely strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to wipe out those who entered the 9th level and above, regardless of their cultivation level. Fortunately, the system had notified them of coming into contact with the illusions. Otherwise, even Yi Xian would have fallen here. Yi Xian furrowed his brows tightly. However, he did not hesitate and continued to walk forward. Chapter 24:19. The test. The first time, it was someone that Yi Xian had killed. The second time, it was someone who had died unjustly by Yi Xian's side. And the third time, it was someone familiar to Yi Xian. Fortunately, no matter what they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would come into contact with them immediately. This place is very interesting. The first time, it will scare you to death. The second time, it will make you die of guilt. The third time, it will plunge you into grief and longing. It seems that this second mystic realm is man-made and not naturally formed. Yi Xian smiled faintly as he spoke. It seemed that he had grasped some of the special changes in the second mystic realm. Onward. And once Yi Xian thought this through, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had comprehended the second mystic realm, or because there were no obstacles in the first place, but Yi Xian's progress was unusually smooth. Until Yi Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Yi Xian turned back and looked at the dark cave. He felt rather emotional. In fact, this kind of test was the most difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, the existence of negative emotions was more threatening. After all, this test was for the person who entered to conquer their own inner demons. It even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Yi Xian stepped out of the cave, only to find that the light behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Yi Xian were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost identical. On the left side, there were either treasures, array formations, restrictions, talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. But on the right side, there were piles of materials and refining tools. The second test was actually this? Yi Xian was very surprised. One had to know that this was the first time that Yi Xian had encountered such a test. Most importantly, it was so comprehensive. The second stage was basically testing the participant's secondary profession. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he had to refine the item on the platform he was standing on. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. Yi Xian had nothing to worry about when it came to secondary occupations. After all, his secondary occupations were very comprehensive. And even if he didn't know much about them, he had the system. Yi Xian stood on the first platform. On it was an elixir, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Yi Xian had 2 chances to refine the elixir. What would happen if he failed? Yi Xian did not even consider it. Yi Xian knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Yi Xian's heart, this was no different from gifting treasures. This was because no matter what Yi Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one try. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't they belong to Yi Xian? There were no rules here, saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Heavenly blue pill. Trash elixir. Yi Xian casually glanced at the elixir and waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully passed. On the second platform, he had to refine a divine weapon. Yi Xian was still too lazy to look at it because it was too easy. One platform after another was broken by Yi Xian. But the further he went, the higher the requirements became. However, this was all within Yi Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platforms had the same level of test. Until the last platform. At this moment, Yi Xian stood on the last platform and could not help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was nothing on the last platform. There was only an altar. The meaning was obvious. He had to take out the materials he had accumulated from the previous platforms and refine the highest level item. If he passed, he would pass. If he did not, he would stay. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. If there really was a genius that passed through all these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials at all, then what kind of expression would he have when he reached the last platform? The person who had designed this second test was really good at scheming. Of course, all of this was impossible for Yi Xian. With a thought, Yi Xian directly made the system choose the plan to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman, an ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason for choosing this divine talisman was very simple. Its quality was already good enough, and it required the least amount of materials. Yi Xian spent 4 hours and finally refined this divine talisman with the help of the system. Then, he placed it on the altar. The only thing left was to wait. He could only wait to see if he could pass the test. Of course, Yi Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no one left to preside over this place. This way, no matter what kind of powerful thing Yi Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. This ray of light kept twisting and turning in the sky, making it impossible to tell where it came from. However, Yi Xian felt that this ray of light was an array formation. The ray of light shone on the divine talisman that Yi Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a token suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian saw the words on the token, he was slightly stunned. Low-level trial taker identification. There were only a few words. What Yi Xian cared about was not the sudden appearance of the token, but the 3 words, low-level trial taker, on it. One had to know that there were very few people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Yi Xian had used this thing to pass the test and only obtained the identity of a low-level trial taker. Then, what was required to pass the test of a high-level trial taker? At this moment, Yi Xian instantly understood the era in which the second secret realm was originally located. Yi Xian had most likely entered an ancient secret realm by accident. This was an ancient secret realm. It was a legendary existence. Not even the divine master of the Kunlun god domain, Mi Yan, had the opportunity to enter an ancient secret realm, let alone Yi Xian. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm this time? However, Yi Xian did not have enough evidence to prove his guess. Chapter 24-20. Overlapping coexistence space. Yi Xian was both ecstatic and worried at the same time. The power of the ancient era was simply too strong. That was an era that belonged to legends, and there were countless experts at that time. So, was it a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian to enter this ancient trial? But whether it was a blessing or a curse, it could not be avoided. Now that Yi Xian had come this far, there was no turning back. He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and continue forward. After all, the path he had taken had disappeared. What awaited Yi Xian was only one choice, to move forward. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react, Yi Xian realized that he was being forcibly transported away. This was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array teleported the user to the destination and then the destination. However, this ray of light was a mysterious force that wrapped around Yi Xian. It seemed to want to take Yi Xian somewhere. Yi Xian did not know where Yi Xian was being taken, but he knew that it was best not to try and defend himself. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a training ground, then why would Yi Xian need to defend against it? Soon, Yi Xian appeared in front of a palace. This was the third trial. Yi Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any building Yi Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built underground, as if a giant hole had been dug out and then built level by level. However, the crux of the matter was that each level had a separate floating space. Once Yi Xian entered a level, he would be in a floating space like a floating island. Yi Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he did not use his divine telekinesis, then Yi Xian would really feel like he was walking down a flight of stairs. However, once Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis, he would see a huge continent. On this continent, there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Furthermore, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Yi Xian wanted to go to a space, he did not need to make any extra movements. All he needed to do was change the way he looked. Looking with his eyes and divine telekinesis were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes or divine telekinesis? Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of this possibility. Hence, he closed his eyes and divine telekinesis, hoping that he could use his own body. Yi Xian's body suddenly froze. Indeed, it was another overlapping coexisting space. Once he didn't use his eyes and spiritual will to look, Yi Xian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed off from all sides. No matter which direction Yi Xian headed in, he could only take 3 steps before hitting a wall. How many layers of overlapping coexisting space are there? Yi Xian was shocked, but at the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Whether it was overlapping space or coexisting space, they were both very young. However, overlapping coexisting space was something that Yi Xian had never seen before. Wait a minute, if time is different, will there be changes? Yi Xian could not help but think. Yi Xian had not comprehended the temporal laws, but that did not mean that the system could not do so. After paying a certain price, Yi Xian had directly given himself the opportunity to use the temporal laws of 1 second. 1 second. Yi Xian had only allowed himself to use the temporal laws to enter the next second. As expected, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. This was because he realized that once he used the temporal laws, the overlapping coexisting space would change at the same time. In other words, this was a mysterious existence with an unknown number of overlapping and coexisting space structures. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that such a method had been lost in the God realm for a long time. To be able to use such a method, it could only be from the ancient era. Furthermore, it had to be from the ancient era. What kind of place did Yi Xian enter? What kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. He was even considering whether to continue forward. However, even if Yi Xian regretted, he had no chance because all his paths of retreat had been sealed. Yi Xian only had one choice, and that was to continue forward. Yi Xian did not know what awaited him in front of him. Yi Xian had no way of knowing. The only thing he was certain of was that if it was an opportunity, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Of course, if it was a danger, it would definitely be a great crisis. Because this place was simply too special. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that there would be some kind of test in this 3rd stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that every step he took was a consideration of 3 things. However, Yi Xian never expected that there would be no test in this 3rd stage. Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a corridor in this stage. It was only when Yi Xian reached the lowest level that he realized this. At this moment, Yi Xian stood on the platform of the lowest level, and a helpless expression appeared on Yi Xian's face. It was just a corridor. There was no need to make it so mysterious, causing Yi Xian to be on tenterhooks. At this moment, there were 2 doors in front of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 doors were not the usual doors that people usually saw. They were the doors of laws. These doors were completely constructed from laws. If Yi Xian had not already known that this place was special, Yi Xian might have even suspected that this was naturally formed. It could be said that the form of these doors was no different from ordinary doors. However, there was a big difference in their appearance. Above the doors, there would be a glow from time to time. This glow was the light of laws. Yi Xian could clearly see the light of laws, and he could also clearly feel the power of laws within the glow. However, Yi Xian was deep in thought as to how to open this door of laws. The two doors of laws contained different power of laws. Furthermore, choosing which door to enter required careful consideration. System, detect what the power of laws of these two doors are. Yi Xian said to the system. Before making a choice, he had to first understand what the laws were. Ding. System notification, the left door of laws contains the life, healing, and restoration laws. Ding. System notification, the right door of laws contains the dark night, darkness, and abyss laws. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Each door contained the power of 3 different laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws were connected to each other to a certain extent. Chapter 24-21. Ancient ruins. Yi Xian did not hesitate and chose the door on the left. It could be said that choosing the door on the right had the law of darkness, and law of the abyss. That meant that it had extremely powerful concealment abilities and a certain amount of combat power. Choosing the door on the left would mean that it had a powerful ability to sustain combat power. Yi Xian did not know if entering the door of law of darkness meant that he would be able to obtain such law of darkness. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yi Xian would choose it. When he reached the door, Yi Xian was a little worried. He did not know how to open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, push, or pull. So, what should he do? After thinking for a while, he realized that he had no idea. Yi Xian did not think too much about it and reached out his hand. In an instant, Yi Xian could clearly feel the powerful law of darkness. It felt as if the power of the 3 laws were all entwined in his hand. These laws of darkness were not something that Yi Xian could control. At this time, Yi Xian did not use any law of darkness. Instead, he began to use his heart to comprehend. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of life. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of restoration. 3 months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Yi Xian remained in that position without moving. However, following the system notification, Yi Xian woke up. At this time, Yi Xian was very excited. After all, it was hard for Yi Xian not to be excited to learn 3 laws of darkness at once. One had to know that in the outside world, even if it was just 1 law of darkness and the opportunity to comprehend it, it would probably lead to a fight, let alone 3 laws of darkness. However, at this time, Yi Xian had comprehended it so easily. There was no danger and he did not even need to spend too much time on it. Could it be that this was the reward? Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. After all, with everything that had happened, Yi Xian had no choice but to do so. After all, this was a huge surprise. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Yi Xian naturally knew how to enter the gate of laws. In truth, the gate of laws was nothing more than a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws would be able to enter directly. Therefore, the current Yi Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Yi Xian, but if it were someone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Yi Xian possessed the eternal bloodline and had unlocked a special innate skill. Yi Xian could comprehend the power of any law. As long as Yi Xian was given the opportunity and time, then no matter what law it was, Yi Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others could not. Generally speaking, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, it was impossible to possess too many law powers at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection, but a complete rejection. If an ordinary person were to comprehend the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of it. But if they wanted to comprehend other laws, it would be extremely difficult. If they encountered a mutually exclusive power, it would be impossible to comprehend it. Only Yi Xian, and only Yi Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability to ignore the rules of the laws and allow one to comprehend any law powers as they wished. When Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws, what he saw left him incomparably shocked. 3 great halls. Here, there were only 3 great halls. When Yi Xian entered, there was also a giant stone tablet. It was unknown what material this stone tablet was made of, but one thing was certain: it was not ordinary. This was because in this mystic realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, this stone tablet was still able to maintain an undamaged appearance. This was enough to prove that it was special. Ancient words were recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that in the current God realm, there were very few people who could recognize these words. Of course, Yi Xian didn't recognize them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't need to recognize it himself. Ding. System notification, data collection in progress. Ding. System notification, text analysis in progress. Ding. Analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course, the host had to check it. In this mystic realm, there were no living creatures or records. This stone tablet was the only record that Yi Xian could find. Soon, the text was translated. Only after Yi Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless powerhouses. Naturally, there were also countless sections. It was the same for the forces of good and evil. In this mystic realm, it was originally a mystic realm that wasn't too special. But because of a war, it became quite special. The Divine Nature Palace and the Divine Darkness Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the 2 palaces weren't too outstanding, but they had their own unique points. Because of the difference in ideology, the 2 palaces had been fighting for 1,000,000 years before the twilight of the Gods' War. On the stone tablet, the last battle was recorded. Unfortunately, it wasn't a battle between the 2 palaces. Instead, it was a mysterious organization that attacked the 2 palaces at the same time. They were after the 2 ancient weapons that the 2 palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the 2 opposing forces, who had been fighting for 1,000,000 years, would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even when the 2 palaces joined forces, they couldn't win. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the 2 palaces were in danger. But at this moment, the guardians appeared. The stone tablet didn't record what the guardians were. But from the words, Yi Xian could see that the 2 palaces, and even the super forces, were very afraid of the guardians. The guardians mediated this war, but as a price, they had to take away the 2 ancient weapons. Of course, the 2 palaces weren't willing. So after a discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed the mystic realm. It could be said that this was a choice to destroy jade and stone together. In fact, this was the case. Now that Yi Xian had come here, he couldn't see any living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this mystic realm. That was, people who had a physique with full nomological laws could enter, but at the same time, they would be marked. In fact, Yi Xian could already feel the 2 rays of light, one black and one green, circling around his godhead. There was a compulsory contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered would receive all the treasures of the 2 palaces, but at the same time, they would bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardians. According to the contract, if Yi Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, his godhead would be devoured by the 2 rays of light, and he would die. Chapter 24-22. Hi God, damn it! Could it be that the collective mentality of these 2 so-called temples is abnormal? Yi Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. This was because in Yi Xian's eyes, the way the two sacred halls handled things was a little too bigoted. They had placed all their hopes on the person who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the person who had entered would have the strength to defeat the two great forces? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? A physique of complete laws, even in ancient times, would definitely be a rare genius. Moreover, no one would be able to accept having two shackles on their godhead. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the opportunity to choose. Now, everything had already been decided. From the moment Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws, these two shackles had already quietly formed. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yi Xian had heard of law contracts before. It was said that some powerhouses could use the power of law to set up a contract that was supervised by law contracts. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was stripping away one's law powers. It was even possible that one's godhead would shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only the legendary experts possessed. Yi Xian never thought that he would actually encounter the legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One must know that even Divine Master Meili had never seen such power before. A law contract was no longer as simple as just borrowing the power of the laws. Instead, it could only be done when one could communicate with the laws. It could be said that they were existences in two different realms. Generally speaking, that level was known as the Supreme God. To be precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Monarch. Supreme Divine Lord. If Meili could make a breakthrough, she would be able to reach that level. However, Yi Xian was merely a godly king. Moreover, he was only a first-rank godly king. Yet, he had already come into contact with the over-god level. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. But whether he cried or laughed, the matter had already been decided. So, Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the main hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this mystic realm can only be entered by someone with a physique of complete laws. But in order to confuse people, it created several tests. How is this signing of a contract? It's basically luring people in. Despicable Divine Nature Palace, despicable Dark Shrine, how dare you use such a method to trick me? Yi Xian was extremely dissatisfied. After all, the actions of the two sacred halls were a disgrace to their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was something that happened in ancient times. It was even possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of the situation. However, up until now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other power was other than knowing that there was a guardian. This treasure hunt in the mystic realm left Yi Xian at a loss. Soon, Yi Xian entered the main hall. There was no protection in the main hall. Clearly, everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he find out that there wasn't anything important. Once one entered the main hall, one would discover that the main hall was actually divided into two halves in the middle. The so-called Divine Nature Palace and Dark Shrine had already merged. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still end up here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether Yi Xian truly had a physique of complete laws. Once he entered the main hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the middle of the hall. These two ancient weapons were in the shape of swords, but they seemed to be made of ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two Divine Nature Palaces were actually guarding two stone swords, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it no matter what he said. There was probably something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, these two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so they were obviously not ordinary. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible array protecting them, preventing Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Suddenly, the two divine swords erupted with light at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered through closed with a bang. A ray of light shone in front of Yi Xian. From within the light, an old voice sounded. "You're finally here." These words seemed to be saying that he had been waiting for Yi Xian for a long time. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say this to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma power. Furthermore, it was the kind of Dharma power that didn't have any abilities, and could only be used to transmit certain information. Indeed, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued to sound. "Fated one, since you were able to come here, you must already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you already had no choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used the last of our strength to set up this ultimate test. Fated one, please forgive us for not treating you seriously. After all, you are our only hope. This kind of divine nature palace, this mystic realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated one, from this moment on, if you want to leave, you have to pass our test. Please work hard, for us, and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse. This was because it seemed like he was being forced. Just now, he had been forced to sign a law contract, and now, he was being forced to undergo some 6 Tao test. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a mystic realm set up by ancient elites. Based on Yi Xian's current strength, how could he do anything about it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Yi Xian knew this very well. This was an overlapping space. This was also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing in his original spot, and nothing had changed. What had changed was his surroundings. More accurately, he had brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 24-23. Chapter 24-23. Chapter 24-23 Sudden Attack. What exactly was the 6 Paths test? Yi Xian had no idea. Perhaps the 6 Paths test referred to 6 different types of tests, or perhaps it referred to a comprehensive test of the power of the 6 laws. Yi Xian did not know. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, this wait did not last long. When Dharma Idol was finally done grumbling and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this time, Yi Xian was in an extremely strange space. Yi Xian was surrounded by many huge mountains. Vaguely, one could see that there were luxurious palaces standing on each mountain peak. However, there was only one path in front of Yi Xian, a path that could only be walked. When Yi Xian entered this overlapping space, he realized that he could not fly at all. It was not that there was a restriction or some kind of suppression. Instead, it was as if there was only a flat surface here. Simply put, there was height in the outside world, but there was no height here. The so-called height was only the height that one could see with the naked eye. However, one could only go as high as one could. There was no way to go any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of a type of law power. 2-dimensional law power. It was an extremely rare law power. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only width and not height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Yi Xian to not panic at all. It was impossible for him to face it directly. However, Yi Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing that he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the final test that the 2 sacred halls had created with the last of their power be so simple? If he wanted to rely on Yi Xian's current strength to walk over, it was practically impossible. Fated person, please proceed. Your first test is to walk this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the start of the test. Yi Xian looked at the path in front of him and was slightly shocked. This path was not going to be easy to walk. Sure enough, when Yi Xian took his first step, something strange happened. All of a sudden, countless Dharma idols suddenly condensed on both sides of the so-called path to heaven. These Dharma idols all appeared extremely solemn, and their eyes were practically all locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful eyes was not a good feeling. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. This was because when Yi Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already turned into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Yi Xian could only continue forward. The god-slaying sword was already in Yi Xian's hands. No matter what kind of unknown existence lay ahead, Yi Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Their appearance was without warning, but there was no doubt about their strength. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as these mythological beasts appeared, they launched their attacks without pause. From the mouth of each mythological beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was already in danger. Yi Xian had no choice but to dodge the powerful attacks. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that any one of these attacks would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow light zone appeared in front of Yi Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts did not enter the yellow zone. Yi Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into confusion. What was going on? If these divine beasts wanted to attack him, why did they not attack him when he was in the yellow zone? If they were not attacking, then these powerful beams of light were not just for Yi Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Yi Xian did not know how to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding! System notification, host, please take note that the current conditions are not met. The system is unable to determine. Not met? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian did not provide any useful data to the system, so the system was unable to determine. Now that the system could not be relied on, who could Yi Xian rely on? It seemed that this was a test that only Yi Xian himself could take on. But how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attacks made Yi Xian very clear that he was unable to face them head-on. He could not be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow because he realized something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Furthermore, even though countless divine beasts were attacking, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that this test was to test one's ability to dodge? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if this was really the test, then it was too simple. However, Yi Xian could not find any other reasonable explanation, so Yi Xian could only proceed with his own ideas. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this really a test of one's ability to dodge as easy as Yi Xian thought? This was a test jointly created by the two temples. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely could not be described as simple. After waiting for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to give it a try according to his own ideas. He saw Yi Xian's figure move and quickly rush forward. At the beginning, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge from the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this trial wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. On the endless path to the heavens, as Yi Xian walked forward, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched one attack after another. At this time, Yi Xian finally saw clearly that these divine beasts were actually Dharma idols. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols made of energy. One powerful divine beast after another appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian reached a suitable position. Chapter 24-24. The new uses of Godhead. Moreover, the initial attack was fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable escape route in the shortest amount of time possible, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, Yi Xian would have suffered a violent attack regardless of whether he had not found a suitable route or if he had been slightly slower. That attack was enough to kill. Yi Xian's figure kept dodging. Fortunately, due to the existence of the two-dimensional law, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to the height. However, dodging left and right wasn't easy. Sometimes, Yi Xian had to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye to avoid one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended on Yi Xian. The appearance of the pressure didn't have the slightest warning. Although the pressure wasn't too strong, because it suddenly erupted, it caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to be unable to help but slightly retreat a little. It was just that little bit of distance, yet Yi Xian almost died. That was because in that small distance, a violent attack would descend. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and steadied himself. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. One could well imagine the consequences of being heavily injured on the heavenspan path. At that moment, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. In just a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was that? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue moving forward. This was because with every step he took, the distance behind him would disappear. It felt as if Yi Xian was just standing in place. It wasn't Yi Xian that was moving, but rather the path to heaven that was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on full alert. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. This was a matter related to Yi Xian's life. There was no room for jokes. He kept moving forward. It could even be said that he was moving forward in despair. After all, he didn't know how far he had to go. The path to heaven seemed to have no end at all. The occasional burst of pressure seemed to remind Yi Xian to be alert and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without warning, but if Yi Xian was the slightest bit of carelessness, what awaited Yi Xian wouldn't be simple. Forward, forward. Endless, Yi Xian's mind path to heaven's end. Yi Xian didn't know how long he had been moving forward, or how many attacks he had dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. At Yi Xian could, Yi Xian Yuan could. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet once again. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was very lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture at all. His attention was on the object in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle. He didn't know what it was made of. Inside the bottle, he could clearly see a ball of light. With just one look, Yi Xian could tell what the light represented. A complete godhood. Inside the bottle was a complete godhood. System, what is that? Yi Xian asked the system. Ding. System notification, target specified, first-class godhood. What did that mean? A first-class godhood? Were there different grades of godhood? Wasn't a godhood just a godhood? At most, there would be differences based on the realm. Why would there be a first-class godhood? Yi Xian was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask the system, what is this first-class godhood? What is it used for? Ding. System notification, a godhood represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the godhood, the greater the person's potential. A godhood represents a god's potential. This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the realm of the gods for so long, but he had never heard of godhood having different grades. Therefore, Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system notification didn't end there. Just as Yi Xian was confused, the system notification continued to ring. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. The grades of godhood are similar to the titles of the front crowns. However, the front crowns increase the host's combat power, while the godhood grades increase the host's potential. After hearing the system's answer, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the uses of godhood. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had solved all his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if godhood has such a use, why didn't anyone think of stealing other people's godhood? Ding! System notification, host, please take note. The godhood grades have been passed down since ancient times. Only places like ancient secret realms may have records of them. Stealing other people's godhood to strengthen one's own godhood only exists in the supreme celestial state. The system's answer answered the doubts in Yi Xian's heart. It wasn't that no one knew the level of the divine deity right now. It could be said that the level of the divine deity had always been divided, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. In other words, in the god world, there was no such thing as a godhood ranking system. That was because of the lack of inheritances. Only secret realms like this one would know about the godhood ranking system, such as the second secret realm he was in right now. After all, strictly speaking, the second secret realm was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal to know about the godhood grades in this second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, it was thanks to Yi Xian that he knew about this in advance. After all, there was a hierarchy to godhood, and the fact that a godhood like this had appeared as a reward on the heaven-span path indicated that other people's godhood could be used to strengthen their own godhood. If Yi Xian hadn't known about this, he was afraid that one day, someone would covet his godhood and he wouldn't have known. Moreover, even if he obtained a godhood, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Yi Xian was lucky, but also unlucky. Chapter 24-25. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Soul Devourer Sword God. Of course, there were many things that Yi Xian did not know about. There were also many things that were even more terrifying than godhood stripping. It was just that Yi Xian had not come into contact with them yet. System, what is the use of this godhood stripping? Yi Xian asked the system. Since this godhood stripping was a reward for him, it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Absorbing the unclaimed godhood stripping can strengthen one's own godhood stripping. Ding! System notification, to obtain the unclaimed godhood stripping, one must kill the enemy and forcibly strip the enemy's godhood stripping before it shatters. That way, the godhood stripping will remain intact. Ding! System notification, Divinity Stripping Master was a special profession in ancient times. However, it has been lost to history. Lost to history? Yi Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was referring to the entire God realm or if it was only referring to the God realm continent. If it was referring to the God realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Yi Xian was terrified just thinking about it. Forcibly stripping a person's will, what kind of feeling was that? Yi Xian already knew that breaking a godhood stripping master would result in death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's godhood stripping master was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system was telling Yi Xian that the godhood stripping master could be done without breaking it. Moreover, once it was stripped, it could be used as a means of cultivation. It turned out that there was really nothing that could be done for the sake of cultivation. Who knew how many more methods were waiting for Yi Xian to discover? Of course, it could be even more terrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before finally absorbing the godhood-stripping master. Other things aside, Yi Xian was sure that this godhood-stripping master was probably left behind by a powerful person millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once a powerful person, but who would have thought that millions of years later, it would become a reward for Yi Xian. After absorbing the godhead, Yi Xian did not discover anything unusual, and his strength did not increase in the slightest. Potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when it was needed. After that, Yi Xian didn't waste any more time and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many tests were waiting for Yi Xian. Staying in the same place wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, Yi Xian originally thought that there would be some kind of test, but he realized that there was nothing. For a moment, Yi Xian relaxed a little. However, just as Yi Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Boom! The violent power instantly sent Yi Xian flying. Fortunately, the god-slaying armor had been on Yi Xian all this time, so it had neutralized a portion of the attack. But this time, even the system didn't have time to give a warning about the attack, which showed how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared before the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Yi Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second mystic realm. Thing? Yes, it wasn't a human, nor was it a beast. It was actually a mechanical puppet. Yi Xian had seen many mechanical puppets before, but when faced with this mechanical puppet, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. It was really a work of art. This puppet was made from the most common divine wood, but it was exceptionally fine. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the one who came to take the test. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you don't have the chance to pass my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yi Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be looked down upon by a puppet? What was a puppet? It was a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, it did not have a soul. But Yi Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yi Xian feel good about it? That was a complete lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yi Xian was furious as he asked the system directly. Ding! System notification, target has no cultivation base. No cultivation base? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? Without a cultivation base, how could it repel Yi Xian in one move? Yi Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie. Clearly, the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed to have some special tricks up its sleeves. Yi Xian frowned. He paused for a moment and ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaying sword and charged out. This time, Yi Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and one without a cultivation base, then it wouldn't make sense. Die for me. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. The powerful force caused a whirlwind to appear on the heaven-span path. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible God Slayer had encountered something it couldn't cut. Yi Xian's fierce slash only left a white mark on the puppet's body. It's so hard. What is this thing made of? Is it really just an ordinary sacred wood? Impossible, how can ordinary sacred wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself. However, at the same time that Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually a little guy who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Master realm. No wonder you're so weak. Little guy, this isn't a place you can come to. You'd better go back. Yi Xian was being looked down upon again by a puppet. Damn it! Yi Xian was infuriated. Go back, if only he could go back. Yi Xian didn't have a choice now. He could either fight and pass all the levels, or be trapped here until he died. Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, attack. Thousand Beasts sword attendant, Flower God sword attendant, attack. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and launched his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time that Yi Xian released his sword attendant and Wei Zhentian, he also used other methods. Dharma powers. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma powers. Now, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma powers to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine prefecture. Only my sword can kill souls. Soul Devourer sword divine Dharma power, come out. Chapter 24-26. Thousand Beasts sword attendant promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated the Soul Eater sword god Dharma power. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the Soul Eater sword god Dharma power was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time, the Dharma power was external. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the Soul Eater sword god Dharma power was different from other Dharma powers. Even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected to a certain extent, not to mention the enemy. Why did he choose the Soul Eater sword god Dharma power? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and so did other living things. However, puppets didn't have souls. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this mystic realm. Yet, this puppet was carrying out its mission and had made its own judgment. It felt that Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. But Yi Xian didn't care at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, it would be easy to deal with. It could be said that against such a powerful puppet, Yi Xian's best and only chance was to attack the soul. The Soul Eater sword god Dharma power restrained souls, so Yi Xian used the Soul Eater sword god Dharma power. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly struck with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem much different from the previous one. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to not dodge like Yi Xian had done before. Instead, it dodged far away. What are you doing? Why do I feel so scared? As soon as the puppet moved, it had already jumped away, but it asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the right to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the question of the puppet, the Thousand Beasts sword servant, the Flower God sword servant, led the divine level mount and the 100 Flower God to attack first. However, the puppet was not alarmed in the slightest. Instead, it waved its hand, and a violent energy swept away the divine tier mounts, the 100 Flower Goddess, the 1,000 Beast sword servants, and the divine Flower sword servants. It was completely defenseless. A powerful divine grade mount was completely defenseless in front of this puppet. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize how much of a shock it had brought to Yi Xian. At this moment, it was actually looking at Yi Xian with blinking eyes. Obviously, it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet! What exactly was this guy made of? How could he be so strong? What now? It seemed like all of Yi Xian's tricks were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to move to know that he couldn't defeat this puppet. But if he couldn't defeat this puppet, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to advance. There was only one outcome: he would be trapped here until he died. What now? Yi Xian started thinking quickly. As he felt the power of the Soul Eater sword god's Dharma power, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. His face even revealed a look of ecstasy. Perhaps this wasn't a test for Yi Xian, but a reward for Yi Xian. Whether it was the 1,000 Beasts sword servants or the Flower Goddess sword servants. In fact, Yi Xian had already realized that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At least, before they were strengthened, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current pace. Hence, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants. There were many ways to strengthen the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants. But why did he have to strengthen the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants themselves? If he could destroy the puppet's soul, wouldn't he be able to let the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants take over the puppet's body? If he succeeded, how much stronger would the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants become? It could be said that it had improved by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be ecstatic? Although he didn't know what the puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the puppet's body was extremely special and powerful. And the Soul Eater Sword God had a special mystique called the Battle of the Souls. The name of the Battle of the Souls was simple, and so was the meaning. It was used to let the souls of two targets fight against each other. This was a technique that the Soul Eater Sword God used to deal with his enemies. Furthermore, his enemies were usually able to break free of this control. Once the enemies saw through it, they naturally couldn't fight back. However, Yi Xian now had a new way to use it. He wanted to let the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant's soul battle with the puppet's soul. He wanted the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant to take over the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer felt gloomy. He was overjoyed. Yi Xian even thought to himself, I've picked up a treasure. I've really picked up a treasure this time. Wasn't that right? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant successfully took over the puppet's body, the effects would be even better than leveling up multiple times. Without hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant would never go against him. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant would definitely be very happy. Yi Xian was taking a gamble this time. After all, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer any more losses. After all, if he failed, Yi Xian might be trapped here for who knew how long. Thousand Beasts Sword Servant, are you ready? Yi Xian asked with a faint smile on his face. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant nodded. He naturally understood what Yi Xian was thinking. Now that everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of soul, thousands of reincarnations, unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted the incantation and launched his attack. Who knew what era this soul-devouring sword god was from? He had to chant the incantation to activate his mystique. However, Yi Xian didn't care about that. After all, Yi Xian's priority now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma body mystique, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant and the puppet froze at the same time. Clearly, the two were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what this battle was about. Hence, Yi Xian could only wait silently. 2 hours passed, and then another. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to how much time had passed. Finally, the outcome was out. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant had failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't notify him that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant had died. Hence, Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he stared closely at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved. It charged directly at Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Chapter 24-27. Chapter 24-27, Chapter 24-27 Strange Eyes. He did it, he really did it. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet and even found a new body for the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Ding! System notification, attention, host. Due to a special opportunity, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants have evolved into Divine Wood Sword Servants. All of the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants' original abilities have disappeared, and they have gained the exclusive ability of Divine Wood Sword Servants, Unlimited Defense, Unlimited Growth, and Unlimited Resurrection. Unlimited Defense, the Divine Wood Sword Servants can expand or shrink all of their defenses according to their will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power weakens. Unlimited growth. The divine wood sword servant is a divine wood, so it can cultivate by itself, but the speed is extremely slow. Unlimited resurrection. The divine wood sword servants have the special ability to revive. Even if they are completely dead, as long as there is a little bit of their original body, they can be resurrected instantly. F***ck. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. This divine wood sword servant seemed to be even stronger than the thousand beasts sword servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be ordinary, in reality, Yi Xian was very clear on how abnormal these three skills were. They could control the range of their defenses at will. This was equivalent to giving Yi Xian a map defense. More importantly, even if this defense was broken, it could be restored immediately. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. But how strong was the defensive power of the divine wood sword attendant's true form? Yi Xian had personally experienced it. Even the god-slaying sword could not harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defensive power was not strong enough? Furthermore, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on its own. Although it was a little slow, at least there was some hope. In the future, Yi Xian might be able to obtain an opportunity to increase the speed of the divine wood sword servant's cultivation. Speaking of this, could it be that it still could not prove the power of these divine wood sword attendants? Of course, it was a pity that the thousand beasts sword servants' abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to gaining new abilities and disappearing abilities, Yi Xian didn't really care. In any case, the god-tier mount did not disappear. Instead, it returned to Yi Xian's hands. In fact, the thousand beast sword servants did not lose much of their abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, Yi Xian could not be trapped here forever. The rest of the journey was completely unobstructed. The puppet was the only thing they had left. Yi Xian's method of clearing the stage may have been considered cheating, but as long as they could clear the stage, it didn't matter what method they used. Yi Xian acquired another first-class godhood, and of course, Yi Xian absorbed it as well. Who knew if he would encounter a complete godhead in the future? The goal of the current battle was to shatter the other party's godhood and kill them. It seemed like there was no such thing as a method to strip godhood from the god world. Therefore, for Yi Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete quintessence. After clearing 2 stages in a row, Yi Xian felt much more relaxed. It seemed like the 2 Sacred Halls tests were ultimately designed to strengthen Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set by the 2 Sacred Halls seemed to be too difficult. Perhaps they had not expected that a person with a complete constitution of laws would be a person who had not even broken through to the Divine Master realm. Perhaps they had assumed that only paramount gods would be qualified to enter this place. Of course, regardless of what the 2 Sacred Halls had thought, Yi Xian had no way of knowing now. The only choice he could make was to keep moving forward. Only by moving forward would Yi Xian have a chance of leaving this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Yi Xian reached the next safe zone, he was shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space as if it was looking down on the world. With just one look, Yi Xian felt as if his soul was being suppressed. A strange eye and a strong power. Could this be the 3rd stage's test? Furthermore, this eye did not actually exist. It was formed by the power of laws. The black eye represented the 3 great nomological powers of the Darkness Shrine. The white eye was formed by the 3 great nomological powers of the Nature Shrine. The eye socket was formed by the Primal Chaos Law. It seemed like the Primal Chaos Law was trying to repair the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers. It also seemed like the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers was trying to break free from the shackles of the Primal Chaos Law. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring straight at Yi Xian. What exactly was the test for this stage? Yi Xian was puzzled. At the moment, he was not being attacked, nor did he feel anything different. Yi Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Yi Xian understand that he was undergoing a test. However, this test was not something that Yi Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was an eye that occupied the entire sky. Continue moving forward. Yi Xian could do nothing but move forward. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there was no power suppressing Yi Xian did feel his body relax. It was the power of the two-dimensional law. The power of the two-dimensional law had disappeared. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian moved, he flew into the sky. However, even though the power of the two-dimensional law had disappeared, the huge eye in the sky was still there. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to fly too high. This was because every inch Yi Xian flew higher in the sky, he felt the pressure increase by a fraction. Xia Ran, those huge eyes of his were not just for looking. What exactly was the test for this stage? At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but wonder. However, since it had not happened yet, Yi Xian would never know. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that enveloped Yi Xian. There was no system notification to let Yi Xian know that this ray of light was not harmful to Yi Xian. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian was not puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Boom! 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 6 loud sounds were accompanied by 6 rays of light that descended from the sky. They were also coming from the eye. 6 people. This time around, they were not puppets. Instead, they were 6 real human figures. Chapter 24-28. Origin Mystic Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation was beyond his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what was going to happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Then, the 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, they did not move. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. Are you the chosen one? One of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful energy erupted from his body. Yi Xian knew that this person was definitely a super expert. Yes, I am the chosen one. Although Yi Xian did not know who these people were, Yi Xian did not dare to hide anything. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the 6 of them focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average talent. Weak strength. Average bloodline. Useless artifacts. Decent control of laws. 6 people, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point of being completely useless. Yi Xian could not get a word in, because the 6 of them did not care about Yi Xian at all. Forget it. We don't have much time left. We have no choice. Let's send him there together. One of the 6 said calmly. Send him there. Where to? Yi Xian could not help but wonder. However, it seemed that he did not have the right to speak. Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, it will be very difficult for him to get out of there. So, what do you think? At this time, do we still have a choice? Our 2 divine halls only have 1 quota to go there, and in millions of years, only one little guy who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 divine halls has appeared. Do we still have time to climb to the 1 million-year mark? That's right, we don't have a choice. However, why don't we let him go to the lowest level area first? I remember that we all have 1 teleportation opportunity in our hands. Why don't we give him all 6 chances? How far he can go will depend on his luck. What do you guys think? Yes, I think it's a good idea. I'm afraid this is the only choice now. Yi Xian wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were sending him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be a waste of time. Suddenly, a dragon-patterned universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger. It appeared without warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's body uncontrollably flew towards the eye in the sky. What do you want to do to me? At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less and loudly said to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The 6 of them continued talking to themselves and ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. You are lucky to be able to enter that place. It is also the only chance for our 2 sacred halls. Whether you fall or become strong, go and seize it. Following this voice, Yi Xian entered the eye. Then, the powerful power of the laws was activated. In an instant, Yi Xian's body disappeared. When Yi Xian regained consciousness, he already knew where he was. The bounded domain. The bounded domain was a special place. It existed, but as long as one's strength was not high enough and one's luck was not good enough, it would be difficult to even know about it, let alone enter. The bounded domain was a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the realm of the gods. This place could be considered a mystic realm, but it could not be considered a mystic realm. Legend had it that the bounded domain was the birthplace of the laws. Those who could enter this place were the strongest geniuses of the realm of the gods and the strongest forces. No one knew where the bounded domain was located. However, those who knew would yearn for it wholeheartedly. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities. However, the place that Yi Xian pointed to was the lowest level of existence in the bounded domain. The bounded domain was like a tall tower. However, each level was a boundless continent. Each level was even bigger than the realm of the gods. This was because the bounded domain had its own unique law, which was unlimited reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, it was impossible for anyone to reach the end of the bounded domain. This was because with every step forward, the unlimited reproduction law would expand the continent. This was not something that could be created by human strength. It was the natural birth of the mysterious law. Of course, the bounded domain could be called another name to let the people of the realm of the gods know what kind of place it was. Origin Mystic Realm. There were many other names for the bounded domain. Origin Mystic Realm, Ancestral Land, Primordial Chaos, Starting Point. There were many different names. Different races and different inheritances would have different names. However, the Origin Mystic Realm was the most widely used name. To be precise, the bounded domain was the ultimate inheritance land of the realm of the gods. It had been like this since the primordial era, then the middle era, the ancient era, and the ancient era. This special Origin Mystic Realm had always existed in every era. Perhaps other mystic realms would disappear, but the Origin Mystic Realm would never disappear. Of course, the Origin Mystic Realm was extremely vast. It was as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin Mystic Realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation door that would only appear once every few years and be teleported to an unknown place. The second was to leave using the special methods that each faction had. For example, the 2 sacred halls had given Yi Xian 6 chances to leave. The third way was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace on every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation door that led to the exit of the Origin Mystic Realm. Therefore, if one became the master of the Origin Palace, they would have the opportunity to enter and leave the Origin Mystic Realm freely. Of course, the so-called master of the Origin Palace was to become the strongest existence on that level. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an extremely powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with super existences at the Divine Emperor realm. As for a little fellow at the Divine King realm like Yi Xian, he could be considered an exception. Hey, why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yi Xian asked Yi Xian strangely. Yi Xian turned around. He couldn't see through the person's cultivation level. System, detect this person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification, host's cultivation level is insufficient. Unable to check. Unable to check. Didn't that mean that this person's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why? Why were there so many powerful existences who could become divine masters everywhere in the outside world? Chapter 24-29. Demon God's divine realm. Yi Xian had no way of knowing about such a terrifying place before. Yi Xian felt powerless. He wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that he was really only a divine king. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that. After all, a divine king was an anomaly in this place. Oh, isn't it just cultivation? What's there to be concerned about? Yi Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly to that person. Unexpectedly, that person smiled and said, "That's true. Those on the first level have just entered the origin secret realm, so there's no need to be so particular. I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the paramount celestial realm." "Oh right, brother, I'm Lu Zhang. What about the chain's secret realm? What secret realm are you in?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer casually. However, could it be that these people all came from a secret realm? Could it be that they didn't come from the divine realm continent? Chain's secret realm? Where is this? Why don't I know? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked back. "Ha, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Our chain's mystic realm is just a very weak faction in the ancient Lost Clan Mystic Realm Alliance. This time, our entire mystic realm only obtained 3 spots to enter the origin mystic realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the divine realm continent, we can only come to the origin secret realm if we want to break through." What did that mean? Yi Xian didn't know how to react. Ancient Era's Secret Realm Alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that they lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people didn't come from the Divine Realm continent? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood. It would be strange if they came from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but she was the divine master of the Kunlun divine realm. If these people were outside, they would be on par with Mi Ming, or even surpassing her. It couldn't be that they were all divine masters of a divine realm. If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm was, it would not be enough to share. A single Kunlun god realm was the size of 3 million cultivation realms. Even a single cultivation realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm was, it couldn't possibly have several 100,000 divine masters. Furthermore, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, other than shock, there was also some fear in Yi Xian's heart. This was because Yi Xian suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Even though Yi Xian's methods were impressive, in the land of origin, Yi Xian realized that his strength was simply not worth mentioning. Is he really just a divine king? That's impossible. One has to be at least a divine emperor to enter the origin secret realm. How did a mere first-grade divine king like him get in? Something's wrong. Yes, something must be wrong. There must be something special about this guy. Could it be that he came from the legendary Divine Realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him. However, some of them could see through Yi Xian's true strength at first glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade divine king to appear in the origin secret realm. And that sentence about Yi Xian coming from the legendary Divine Realm continent attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He wanted to say that this place and these people should be described as legendary. Who would have thought that he would become a legendary existence? However, in the face of so many powerful existences, just the aura that these people exuded was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This was not the aura of 1 or 2 experts, but the pressure of countless experts. Fortunately, although these people were gossiping, no one actually attacked Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he could not stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter this place at will, it was probably the wisest choice to leave now and raise his strength outside before coming in. The mysterious origin secret realm was not a place that Yi Xian was qualified to stay in with his current strength. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd and found a place where no one was around. He immediately activated the teleportation array. These 6 teleportations did not use any teleportation talismans or other items. They were teleportations that were directly bound to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian could activate the teleportation array with just a thought. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it would take a long time to advance from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. It might even take a lifetime for them to reach the Divine Emperor realm. However, Yi Xian was different. With the system, Yi Xian improved his cultivation much faster than others. Therefore, Yi Xian dared to leave. Of course, he had to leave. Only when his strength reached the Divine Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian was only thinking about the power of the origin secret realm. That was why he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that the 6 experts would not know where Yi Xian came from. They would not be able to teleport Yi Xian to the second secret realm. Therefore, when Yi Xian was teleported away, he was shocked to find that he had once again arrived at a foreign place. Everything else aside, Yi Xian knew that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Yi Xian was currently in ruins. Yi Xian could see that these ruins might have been a prosperous place countless years ago. However, now, there was only wild grass and withered trees, as well as dilapidated walls. Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he wanted to know where this was, it was more important to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place. Therefore, Yi Xian maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yi Xian flew straight ahead. Mountains flew past Yi Xian's feet. However, Yi Xian realized that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yi Xian saw a building. Without hesitation, he landed. This was because Yi Xian wanted to find the others and ask them where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yi Xian landed, he was shocked to find that this was a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Yi Xian landed, a strange divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. It could speak human language. Clearly, this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2430. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Annihilation. Who are you people? Yi Xian asked coldly. He was not afraid at all even though there were so many of them. How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be so rude to our lord? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. That divine beast had transformed into a human and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as he scolded him. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet. Then, he was suspected by the experts in the origin secret realm. Now, even a small divine beast dared to point at Yi Xian's nose and speak like that. Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me. Yi Xian frowned and gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged at the divine beast. Pfft! The sword pierced through. Without a doubt, the sword pierced through. That was because although the divine beast could transform, its strength was not very strong. Damn you, how dare you kill? No, he is a human. He is a spy from the Kunlun sacred domain. One of the divine beasts recognized Yi Xian's identity and roared loudly. When the divine beasts heard this, they immediately rushed over. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Since they said that he was a spy from the Kunlun sacred domain, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun sacred domain. Furthermore, this was a sacred domain that was at odds with the Kunlun sacred domain. And now, the enemy of the Kunlun sacred domain was the demon god sacred domain. Could it be that he had been teleported to the demon god sacred domain? In an instant, Yi Xian was extremely confused. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two sacred halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's sacred domain was not impossible. Damn it, take down the spy! One of the divine beasts roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced on Yi Xian. Yi Xian would not hold back. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, kill. Divine Wood Sword Attendant, it's time for you to take action. Kill them all. This was the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, they would definitely spread the news. When that happened, Yi Xian would be hunted down by the entire demon god's domain. The demon god domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun god domain. Once the entire demon god domain hunted him down, the consequences were obvious. If that really happened, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to escape. The two god-slaying swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The Divine Wood Sword servants also attacked without mercy. The Divine Wood Sword servants' defense was incomparably strong, and their attack power was not weak either. The Divine Wood Sword servants continuously waved their hands, and every time they waved their hands, a mythological beast would turn into a bloody mist. No matter if it was a transformed mythological beast or a true mythological beast, there was no mythological beast that could withstand a single strike from the Divine Wood Sword servants. Yi Xian stood where he was and looked at the hellish scene around him. He didn't feel any pity in his heart. After all, these were mythological beasts, and mythological beasts from the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yi Xian had also heard that in the demon god's domain, the human race could be said to be slaves. In fact, they weren't even considered slaves. The human race was a delicious snack for these mythological beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these mythological beasts. In just a short while, all the mythological beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian a little depressed was that the news had still been leaked. Yi Xian's actions could be said to be fast, but there were tens of thousands of mythological beasts gathered here. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't kill them all in time. In the end, there were still mythological beasts who spread the news. Once this news spread, Yi Xian knew very well what he would face next. A battle between one person and the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian wanted to live, then he had to walk out of the demon god's domain. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that. This was because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's domain. Yi Xian wouldn't give up on searching for Luo Luo. Since he was already in the demon god's domain, then Yi Xian wouldn't mind making a scene. Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and the tens of thousands of mythological beasts' corpses were immediately devoured by Yi Xian. Although these mythological beasts were average in strength and couldn't help Yi Xian level up, using the devouring method to clean up the traces of battle wasn't a bad idea either. Come out, I know where you are hiding. After doing all this, Yi Xian casually said to a big tree. This was because Yi Xian had already sensed that there was a person hiding in that big tree. To be precise, it was a mythological beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise that I won't say anything. I beg you, don't kill me. Indeed, when Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man half-beast with a pig's head walked out. The moment he came out, he immediately knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian asked the half-man half-pig mythological beast indifferently. I want to live, I want to live. I beg you, don't kill me. That mythological beast knelt in front of Yi Xian in a panic and kept kowtowing. Alright, if you want to live, then be honest and answer whatever I ask you. If you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the mythological beast. When the mythological beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, where is this? My lord, this is the territory of Dragon King Tian. Dragon King Tian? Who is Dragon King Tian? Tell me the details. Yes, yes. Replying to Milord, this heavenly dragon king is one of the 8 great divine generals under Lord Divine Master, one of the lords under the dark demon dragon divine general. Including this realm, as well as the surrounding 100 realms, is his territory. Overlord? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, when he remembered that this was the demon god territory and not the Kunlun god territory, he did not think too much about it. After all, every god territory had its own system and rules. And in the demon god territory, what was implemented was a feudal system. A mere overlord of 100 territories, this guy was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. However, it was a pity that this mythological beast did not know much. He was of no help to Yi Xian at all. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to kill him with a single sword strike. Dragon King Tian. Perhaps this Dragon King Tian would know more. Without hesitation, Yi Xian walked towards the cave where Dragon King Tian was. A portion of the elites in the demon god territory liked to imitate the Kunlun god territory and built huge cities to live in. However, there was also a portion who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wild. This celestial dragon king lived in a cave. The location was very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 24:31. Lord Tianlong King. After all, this was the place where Lord Tianlong lived. Therefore, there were many divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. The strength of these divine beasts was generally very ordinary. Even the heavenly dragon king was only the same as Yi Xian, only a superior divine king. Therefore, Yi Xian was not afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Tianlong's cave residence? A divine beast in human form saw Yi Xian coming over and blocked Yi Xian's way. Yi Xian took a casual look and saw that this guy was just a low-grade 3rd-grade divine lord. Of course, a low-ranked divine lord realm was likely also considered a powerhouse under this dragon king. Unfortunately, he met Yi Xian. Therefore, he was destined to die. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. The god-slaying sword flew out and killed the divine beast in one stroke. After Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a hubbub of voices came from the mountain and a large group of divine beasts came out. After a while, Lord Tianlong rushed out. Who dares to create trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? Lord Tianlong roared the moment he came out. His loud voice reverberated in the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification, target, high-grade 4th-grade divine king. High-grade 4th-grade divine king. Perhaps he could be the overlord in this area. However, he could only blame his bad luck for meeting Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Lord Tianlong and said indifferently, I will give you 2 choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then, I will consider sparing your life. Second, if you are not convinced, I will take your head. Lord Tianlong looked at Yi Xian and blinked his eyes. After all, he was the overlord of this area. Now, someone dared to talk to him like this. Especially when Lord Tianlong saw through Yi Xian's identity and strength, he laughed loudly. Human race, it's actually a human. Moreover, you're a human clan's high-grade divine king. Are you the divine lord of the human clan's rebel army? Ha, this is hilarious. A bunch of ants trying to defend against me. Moreover, you arrogantly call yourself the divine master. Human brat, don't tell me you're here to be my snack. Disdain. This was the disdain of a prickly fruit. Even though Dragon King Tian had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care in the slightest. In Dragon King Tian's eyes, there was only infinite disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god divine domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior first-grade divine king, but after all, Dragon King Tian had the cultivation of a superior fourth-grade divine king, so he was qualified to be proud. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was not facing Yi Xian. Yi Xian smirked. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately attacked Dragon King Tian. Because when dealing with this guy, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Insolent human race ant, you are courting death. The one who shouted this was not Dragon King Tian, but an expert beside Dragon King Tian. This guy was also a 6th-grade mid-divine king. However, in the demon divine domain, the human race had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, cultivation techniques and divine abilities were out of the question. It could be said that apart from a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people didn't have any decent abilities or treasures. They didn't even need to think about it. This guy was confident enough to kill Yi Xian. Because in his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a human that was not worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He was not like those human race who had been bullied for countless years in the demon divine domain. Die! Yi Xian just casually pointed his finger. In an instant, a mysterious force was activated. Yi Xian had used the 6 runes mantra. The divine beast who was extremely arrogant a moment ago was killed on the spot in the next moment. What? What is going on? In an instant, the demon divine beasts were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They did not even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the middle-grade divine king divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, the human race was the lowest race. They were just food to them. How could food kill its master? They did not have such thoughts. Therefore, the divine beasts did not know what was going on when the middle-grade divine king divine beast suddenly died. However, they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time they found out. 6 runes mantra, destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. The mysterious force was activated again. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra. Annihilation mantra, annihilation of an entire race. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra on the divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. They fell to the ground without any warning. They did not even know how they died. This time, thousands of divine beasts fell to the ground. They could not be any more dead. You, who are you? This time, even a fool could see that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they also understood that the middle-grade divine king divine beast's death was caused by Yi Xian. Although they did not know how Yi Xian did it, this did not prevent them from concluding that Yi Xian was the culprit. Damn it, human brat, you are courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian did not turn around, Dragon King Tian ordered countless divine beasts to pounce on Yi Xian. These divine beasts were not afraid of Yi Xian, even if they were weaker than Yi Xian. This was because in their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's domain. Yi Xian could be said to be facing an entire god's domain alone. If he showed mercy, he would not even know how he died. Besides, these divine beasts of the demon god's domain did not see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and could be killed at will. In that case, why should Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to see them as resources to be devoured. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, leave no one alive. As the divine beasts rushed over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into the God Slayer and immediately controlled the 2 swords to rush out. Of course, Yi Xian also moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2432. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios capturing the Dragon King, Absolute Zero. As soon as Yi Xian attacked, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero specifically smashed towards those slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them was Wei Zhintian's merciless slaughter. 1, 2, 3. The divine beasts of the demon god domain finally understood what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they were defenseless and could only wait to be slaughtered. At this moment, some of the divine beasts could not help but recall that they had hunted down the humans in the past. It was the same as now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoyed the feast. Today, they were hunted down and slaughtered at will. Perhaps they were better off, at least they did not have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent it was, the more terrifying it was. Other than the occasional desperate cry of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. Only the screams echoed in the mountain. Stop! Stop right there! Dragon King Tian could not help but shout as he watched his people being slaughtered by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not seem to care about him at all. Dragon King Tian was furious and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian did not even need to attack. Just the divine wood sword servants were enough to put Dragon King Tian in danger. If it was not for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, Dragon King Tian would have died many times over. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices echoed in the mountain. However, Yi Xian would not show mercy to them, regardless of the evil they had done in the past. Yi Xian would not let the divine beasts leave this place alive for himself. At this moment, Wei Zhintian controlled the two god-slaying swords to fly around the periphery. Any divine beasts that tried to escape would be killed mercilessly by Wei Zhintian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the divine flower sword servants, and continued to slaughter. Because of the Evernight domain, these divine beasts could no longer see anything and could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voices meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was also an exception, and that was Dragon King Tian, who was struggling to resist the divine wood sword servants. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. It could be said that the only thing on his mind right now was to escape from this terrifying human race. But he couldn't do it. In front of Yi Xian, he had no chance of escaping. Finally, Yi Xian came to Dragon King Tian's side. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had half of his previous arrogance. When he saw Yi Xian walking over, he quickly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life. He obviously had the cultivation of a superior fourth-grade divine king, but at this moment, Dragon King Tian only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow while begging for mercy. Yi Xian had left a deep impression on Dragon King Tian, so deep that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. That invincible posture of casually slaughtering thousands of divine beasts, how could Dragon King Tian have any intention of resisting? I will give you one more chance. Choose, obediently listen to me or let me kill you. Anyway, after killing you, the other divine beasts will surely cherish this chance to live. No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. Dragon King Tian said loudly. At this moment, he only wanted to live, how could he care so much? Yi Xian nodded. Instantly, the divine wood sword servants returned to Yi Xian's side from Dragon King Tian's side. However, Dragon King Tian did not dare to have the slightest thought. Escape? He did not even dare to think about it. Because Dragon King Tian was very clear that Yi Xian's strength was not something that he could compare to. Don't think that Yi Xian was weaker than him just because Yi Xian's cultivation realm was lower than him. In fact, just one divine wood sword servant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. Alright, if you want to live, obediently listen to me. Yi Xian did not care about this guy. If it was not for the fact that Dragon King Tian was still useful, Yi Xian would not mind killing him. Devour. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the divine beasts that were scattered all over the mountain instantly disappeared. Ding. System notification, host has broken through. Current cultivation realm, upper second grade divine king realm. Yi Xian did not show any expression. After all, Yi Xian knew that if he did not reach the divine emperor realm, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the origin secret realm. Yi Xian naturally would not let these divine beasts go to waste. The current Yi Xian would grab any opportunity to increase his strength. Bringing Dragon King Tian along, Yi Xian walked out directly. In Yi Xian's eyes, this demon divine domain was considered a good place. For Yi Xian to be able to kill so many divine beasts, there was no doubt that it would provide Yi Xian with a lot of cultivation realm. Quickly increasing his cultivation realm and searching for Luo Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Yi Xian now. As for the rest, Yi Xian was too lazy to think too much about it. Not long after Yi Xian left with Dragon King Tian, a group of divine beasts came. However, when they saw that there were bloodstains all over the mountain, they did not see any corpses at all and there was no one alive. These people retreated in fear. Within the small area of the demon divine domain, a piece of news had spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had infiltrated the demon divine domain and killed all the divine beasts on sight, leaving no one alive. Even an overlord's territory had been wiped out. Of course, there was another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as deserts by the divine beasts, had actually produced a powerful expert who went around killing divine beasts. However, no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon divine domain. No one was willing to face Yi Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Yi Xian was. There were even many divine beasts who were filled with righteous indignation who had formed teams and were prepared to kill Yi Xian. Of course, there were also overlords who had issued orders to arrest Yi Xian. However, the next few days were abnormal. No one knew what Yi Xian was going to do. In fact, what Yi Xian was going to do now was very simple. That was, to head to a genius training camp in the demon divine domain. Like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon divine domain naturally had something similar to a school. However, in the demon divine domain, it was called a cave dwelling. This was not a cave dwelling like what the human race had said. It was a real cave. Yi Xian was going to a place called the Water Moon Cave Dwelling. There were many geniuses in the demon divine domain gathered in this place. Originally, Yi Xian hoped that Dragon King Tian could provide Yi Xian with information about Luo Luo's whereabouts, or a way to leave the demon divine domain. Unfortunately, Dragon King Tian was just a small character in the demon divine domain. Therefore, he could not count on Dragon King Tian at all. He knew too little. It was useless to Yi Xian. Chapter 2433. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Eating humans. After all, the Water Moon Cave abode was where the geniuses of the demon god domain gathered. Hence, all the creatures here were mythical beasts in human form. When Yi Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he had entered human territory. After all, the entire city was filled with all sorts of mythical beasts in human form. However, Yi Xian was very clear that this was not human territory. After all, the customs and habits were completely different. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like in the Kunlun god domain, many divine beasts were still used to eating whatever tasty food they came across, even though they would not be affected in any way even if they did not eat. Yi Xian was preparing to taste the specialties of the demon god domain. Waiter, what specialties do you have in your restaurant? Yi Xian asked the waiter. The strength of this waiter was not bad. He already had the cultivation of the lower divine king realm. At this moment, the waiter was looking at Yi Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich person. Oh, dear customer, you're in luck. We have a few new snacks today. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, tell me. What's good? Yi Xian's interest was piqued as well as he asked the waiter. Okay, please take a look. This is a snack of the human clan caught from the distant snow domain. It's very delicious. Our chef specially chose the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, the 1,000-year-old ice soul, the 9,000-year-old divine water spirit returning grass, and other divine herbs and divine herbs. Put the fresh human twins into the sacrificial altar and refine them for 49 days to remove all the impurities. Then, refine them with living fire for 81 days. This way, not only is the taste incomparably delicious, when you eat, the two babies are still alive. Oh, dear customer, look at this. With a wave of his hand, another image appeared in front of Yi Xian. This time, it was not a baby, but a peerless beauty. Sir, look, this is a special ingredient made of top-grade human girls. It's the main dish of the fairy banquet. Look at how smooth their skin is and how tender their meat is. Whether they're eaten raw or cooked, they're both delicious. That's right. Zhang Tai said with a smile. Yi Xian frowned. Both dishes were made from humans. Yi Xian clenched his fists, unable to contain his anger. However, Yi Xian knew that he was in the demon god domain. Therefore, no matter how angry Yi Xian was, he could only Yi Xian's translation. Yi Xian translation: since I've bumped into you, it can be considered fate. I only have this much power, so I'll save as many as I can. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had come to the Water Moon Cave abode with a purpose, so he could not make a scene. This human girl is not bad. And those two babies, don't eat them yet. Bring them to me. Yi Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three people. The waiter was slightly surprised at Yi Xian's words, but he did not think much of it. He only said awkwardly, this customer's request is not normal. These are just two main dishes. Why would you make such a request? In the waiter's eyes, Yi Xian's request was indeed very strange. After all, who in their right mind would take a look at the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment, then understood. Dear customer, are you afraid that the dishes are not fresh enough? Don't worry, our dishes are all freshly caught. I guarantee that they are as fresh as can be. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Yi Xian's face showed displeasure. This was not a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already very angry. Sir, you're making it difficult for this humble one. These two babies are indeed the babies of a human that we caught in our store. However, I'm sure that they're fresh. Zhang Tai said as he shook his head. That's enough. I said I want to see them, so I want to see them. With a bang, Yi Xian slapped the table. A square table made of high-quality black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw that Yi Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. He immediately said, Dear customer, please don't be angry. I will immediately inform the kitchen. The waiter did not dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came to eat here were either rich or noble. This was a city attached to the Water Moon Cave abode. No matter what the realm of the young people here was, young Master Zhai had an extremely deep background. He was not in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this time, when he saw that Yi Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. Soon, the waiter brought two people in. The two of them were each dragging a cage. In one of the cages was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two infants. Ding! System notice, special bloodline detected, goddess bloodline. Unexpectedly, the system notice sounded as soon as the young girl came in. This young girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, humans were just the lowest class of food in the demon god's domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He directly asked the waiter, What is the price of these two dishes? Seeing that Yi Xian asked for the price, the waiter immediately smiled and said, "Dear customer, these 2 dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones. It is a very cheap price. If you like, we can give you a 20% discount. It only costs 40,000 spirit stones." 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline, 3 lives, only worth 40,000 spirit stones? Yi Xian frowned, but there was no other way. He waved his hand and a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. "Okay, you count carefully. There is a total of 50,000 spirit stones. I don't want any discount. These 2 dishes, I want them. Open the cages, I want to take them away now." Dear customer, although eating raw is a good choice, after all, humans are not clean. I am afraid that eating raw will cause unnecessary problems. Why don't you give them to my restaurant and let me handle it for you? Okay, I don't need you to care what I do. Scram! Yi Xian roared and broke the 2 cages violently. Yi Xian had already paid the money. Naturally, no one said anything when he broke the cages. "Come with me," Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he had already put the 2 babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he did not have a choice. Even if he knew very well that he was being treated as food, he could only accept his fate helplessly. This was the helplessness of the humans in the demon god's domain. Sometimes, even if you knew what the outcome would be, you could not resist. Chapter 24-34. Main dish. Very soon, Yi Xian led the girl out of the Water Moon Cave Abode's subsidiary city. In fact, Yi Xian knew that it was not a good idea to let the girl follow him or leave on her own. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to put her into the devouring space. However, since he had come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to save as many humans as possible. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to let the girl stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. The 2 babies were different. After all, the 2 babies would be taken good care of in the devouring space. They would not be of much use outside. However, the girl was Yi Xian's only guide now. Yi Xian released his consciousness and carefully checked the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the girl, "All right, it's safe now." However, the girl continued to look at Yi Xian in panic. Obviously, she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm her. Ouyang Shui knew very well that if a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast of the demon god's domain, she would suffer a fate worse than death. In fact, she would be treated worse than becoming a dish. Back then, Ouyang Shui had walked out of the village because of her mischievous nature. She did not expect to be caught as soon as she came out. Along the way, he had seen many of the misfortunes of the human race. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people who were imprisoned with her, but now, he was the only one left. As for the 2 babies, it could be said that Ouyang Shui had watched their birth. In fact, the 2 babies could be considered half-human, half-beast. Unfortunately, half-human half-beast had never been truly recognized in the demon god's domain. There were even people in the demon god's domain who specially kept a group of human girls in captivity. Usually, they would become playthings for the people in the demon god's domain. The babies they gave birth to would be immediately sent to restaurants. Ouyang Shui had been lucky along the way, but also unlucky. She was lucky that no one in the demon god's domain paid attention to her because she was small and thin. She was unlucky because she had seen too many tragic experiences. What do you want to do to me?" Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in horror and asked. Yi Xian only needed to look at Ouyang Shui's expression to know that Ouyang Shui had misunderstood. Therefore, Yi Xian tried his best to lower his realm. At the same time, he smiled and said to Ouyang Shui, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian. I'm also a human from the Kunlun God domain." Kunlun God domain? Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in confusion. That's right, the Kunlun God domain. In the previous God Domain War, the Kunlun God Domain of the human race had won the battle. However, because of a special mission, I infiltrated this place. So, you don't have to be afraid. I'm just like you, we're both humans. Yi Xian said calmly. However, the moment he finished speaking, Ouyang Shui threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, "You're a human. You're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently stroked Ouyang Shui's back. However, his heart was filled with emotions. He knew why Ouyang Shui was so afraid. In reality, Ouyang Shui had been living in fear all this time. Which human in the demon god domain didn't worry about their future every single day? I know about the Kunlun god domain. Grandma said that it's the sacred land of the human race. In that place, the human race is the ruler. Yes, the Kunlun god domain is the territory of the human race. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you out of there. Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. Previously, he had only heard of the demon god's divine domain, but Yi Xian didn't know what the demon god's divine domain was like. But now, Yi Xian knew that the demon god's divine domain was simply a purgatory for humans. It was no wonder that the Kunlun god domain and the demon god domain were mortal enemies. There was no room for reconciliation. Unfortunately, the demon god domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human race in the demon god domain, she couldn't do it. After comforting Ouyang Shui for a while, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian learned about the situation of the human race in the demon god domain from Ouyang Shui. Because the human race in the demon god domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources. Even the space they could move around was very small. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would often hunt down the human race. In the demon god domain, there was almost no place for the human race to hide. Take the village that Ouyang Shui came from for example. In fact, there was always a constant migration. In order to avoid the divine beasts, Ouyang Shui's village constantly traversed dangerous places. Snowy mountains, deserts, abysses, any place that wasn't easy to be discovered was the sacred land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only constantly run away. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any powerhouses. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't achieve much. Even if Ouyang Shui was a genius in their village, at such a young age, she was still able to cultivate to this nondescript low-level divine lord realm by just relying on a single lucky chance without any cultivation resources. This was also considered rare. Ouyang Shui's divine sovereign realm was nondescript because Ouyang Shui's body was only at the body refinement realm. She had almost no combat strength and couldn't even fly. In the demon god domain, the human race vigorously developed a secondary occupation called construction. This secondary occupation was different from weapon refinement. It was simple processing of visible materials to create things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human race in the demon god domain lived in constant fear. If it were Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping the human race. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so. With his mere high-level divine king cultivation, he didn't have the qualifications to make a ruckus in the demon god domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts in the demon god domain liked to take human form. The human race in the demon god domain was very weak and didn't dare to enter the divine beasts' cave abodes. Therefore, no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, it was impossible for the human race in the demon god domain to reach the high-level divine king realm. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form. They wouldn't link Yi Xian to the human race. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans in the demon god domain as he could. As for the demon god domain, when Yi Xian's strength was enough, he would definitely eradicate this place. Chapter 24-35. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Continuous Breakthrough Yi Xian said to O Yangxue. At the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to O Yangxue. Yi Xian could only do so much. Yi Xian could not do anything more. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he had almost never used before. Eternal Bestowal. Eternal Bestowal was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally of little value, but now, Yi Xian found that it was time for this skill to show its usefulness. System, can I use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt, host can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points. Good, since I can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points, it's fine. System, use Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. I want to use the Eternal Bestowal skill. Ding. System prompt, host has used 1,000,000 Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. Along with the system prompt, Yi Xian obtained 1 eternal point. 1,000,000 Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point did not seem to be a good deal, but Yi Xian could not care less. After all, eternal points were difficult to obtain, but Faith Finger could increase at any time. Yi Xian naturally would not be calculative. In fact, Yi Xian did not even bother to check how many Faith Finger he had. Use the skill, Eternal Bestowal. Use the ancient resources in the ancient zither space as the reward. Yi Xian said directly. Along with Yi Xian's words, a powerful light directly enveloped Yi Xian. The light contained extremely powerful power. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using the ancient resources. The energy constantly condensed and purified O Yangshue's body. Waves of pure divine power were directly instilled into O Yangshue's body. Even the magic treasures that Yi Xian had given to Yi Xian before had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. O Yangshue's eyes were closed at this time. Obviously, she was undergoing a test. Yi Xian did not know what O Yangxue was going through, but the power of the light could clearly transform O Yangxue. Time passed. After a total of 72 hours, O Yangxue finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation erupted from O Yangshue's body. Not good. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up O Yangxue and ran away. Yi Xian didn't put O Yangshui down until they were thousands of miles away. At this time, O Yangshui was still not fully awake. However, the system notification had already rung out. Ding! System notification, attention host, you have selected a target. The special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, O Yangshui bloodline has been upgraded to the Heaven Battling Divine Mother bloodline. Ding! System notification, attention, host, O Yangshue's cultivation level has increased. She is now at the peak of 9th grade Upper Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 9th grade Superior Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He had not expected O Yangxue to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal bestowment. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a high rank 1 divine king. Who would have thought that the eternal bestowment would create a high rank 9 divine emperor? That was an entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, she was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Yi Xian now needed better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, this did not mean that this was a problem for Yi Xian. After all, the ancient zither space's output had been kept by Yi Xian for such a long time and had not been used. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour. Yi Xian said directly. The countless resources in the interspatial ring were quickly sorted. The valuable ones were kept, while the rest were turned into experience points for Yi Xian to level up and transferred into Yi Xian's body. Breakthrough. 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 Continuous breakthrough. Ding. System notification, host has broken through. You are now at the lower rank 9 Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian was very satisfied with leveling up so many realms in one go. Although he was still a little weaker than Yangshuo, Yi Xian knew very well that if they really fought, Yangshuo's combat strength would not necessarily be much stronger than his. After all, Yi Xian had leveled up Yangshuo's realm. Coupled with the eruption of Yangshuo's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Yangshuo did not have much combat experience and did not have any suitable abilities. Of course, Yi Xian would slowly solve all of this in the future. Let's go. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave abode. Yi Xian said to Yangshuo. Yangshuo was shocked at first, then asked, Brother Yi, why are we going to the Aquamoon Cave abode? There are many divine beast experts there. It's very dangerous. Yi Xian looked at Yangshuo and smiled faintly, saying, to kill people. Yes, Yi Xian was going to kill people. Because in Yi Xian's heart, the Fey God Dominion was not the Kunlun God Dominion. Therefore, Yi Xian did not need to hold back. Since these divine beasts did not treat humans as living beings, then why should Yi Xian care about them? Let them be the stepping stones for Yi Xian to increase his strength quickly. The two of them walked together and quickly walked towards the Aquamoon Cave abode's affiliated city. This time, Yi Xian did not have any scruples. Even if he did not provoke Yi Xian would still find trouble with him, let alone provoking Yi Xian. The two of them came to the affiliated city again. At first, they did not encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian waited for what he wanted. At this time, Yi Xian was walking on the streets, looking at the strange resources on sale in the Fey God Dominion. After all, some of the resources in the Fey God Dominion were not available in the Kunlun God Dominion. For example, this thing called the 3-star Divine Stone was not heard of in the Kunlun God Dominion. However, this 3-star Divine Stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of precepts. Gather enough 3-star Divine Stones and then extract the 3-star Divine Power from them to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of precepts. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the sound of people shouting and horses neighing in the distance. Out of the way, all of you. The young master of the Yi Karen clan is here. The Yi Karen clan? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Yi Xian had already said to him, Brother Yi Xian, you may not know, but the Yi Karen clan is a very powerful clan. This Yi Karen clan has an ultimate god expert and is considered a tyrant in this area. Moreover, the affiliated city of the Aquamoon Cave abode is considered the property of the Yi Karen clan. It sounded like he was strong, but Yi Xian did not care about his background. Chapter 2436. The young master of the Yi Karen clan, Brat, do you want to die? Get lost. Do you know who's here? A lackey ran to Yi Xian's side. Although his strength was only at the 6th grade Divine King realm, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when he saw Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui, two Divine Emperor experts. After all, he represented the young master of the Yi Karen clan. Who would dare to disobey him? But today, he just had to meet such a person. Yi Xian didn't even bother to deal with this guy. Since this guy was looking for trouble, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't move, the lackey was infuriated. He picked up a whip and lashed it at Yi Xian. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Of course, the whip didn't hit Yi Xian. Instead, it killed the guy who ran the shop. However, it was obvious that the Yi Karen clan was extremely overbearing. Even though their lackey killed someone on the spot, no one stopped him. Instead, the surrounding people took a few steps back. The lackey saw that he had killed someone, but he didn't show any fear. He even swaggered over and glanced at the person. He said indifferently, "You deserve to die." How dare you block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying that, the lackey waved the whip again and swept it at Yi Xian. At the same time, he said, and you, humph. How dare you block our young master's path? Kill without mercy. The whip was getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. Many people in the surroundings couldn't bear to see it. In fact, there were some experts who could defeat this lackey. However, he was a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. Moreover, he was the lackey that the young master doted on the most. So, no one dared to attack him. Therefore, everyone was only thinking in their hearts that another person was going to die under this life-seizing whip. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them happened. Just as the whip was about to hit Yi Xian shouted, "Get lost." In an instant, a long sword flew towards the lackey. How could a mere 6th grade divine king be a match for Yi Xian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and killed the lackey before he could react. Murder. Moreover, the lackey was a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. The divine beasts in the surroundings were horrified. Some divine beasts were so scared that they even revealed their true form. Yi Xian. Yi Karen clan. Right at this moment, a furious voice resounded, "Damn it! They actually dared to kill my ding. Kill them." In an instant, a large group of lackeys rushed towards Yi Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. His eyes were full of vigor. In fact, Yi Xian already had a plan in mind. The lackeys ran rampant and rushed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not fight them head-on. Instead, he kept dodging. Moreover, every time he dodged to places where there were more people. These lackeys of the Yi Karen clan were usually running rampant. They did not care about anything and continued to attack Yi Xian. Boom! 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 Powerful attacks continued to erupt. Yi Xian was not affected. However, the passers-by in the surroundings were in big trouble. In just a short moment, more than a dozen people had suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still dodge. However, the divine beasts who lived here or opened shops here could not so easily dodge. A divine beast who opened a weapons shop wailed. Just a moment ago, not only did the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan injure him, but they also destroyed his shop. Yi Xian purposely appeared to be in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. The servants didn't care so much as they chased after Yi Xian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yi Xian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword in his hand flew out and killed a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the dark, had already received Yi Xian's instructions and kicked a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people did not understand the process. However, they saw that the divine beast, who was watching the show, was pouncing on a dead lackey of the Yi Karen clan. How dare you kill a member of the Yi Karen clan? When the surrounding lackey saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush toward that person. That person was extremely flustered and said loudly, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, the lackey of the Yi Karen clan did not care so much. He casually whipped that person's head and at the same time, wiped out that person's divine spark. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he did not kill those lackeys. Instead, he only injured them. With Ouyang Shui's cooperation, it did not take long for passers-by to start fighting with the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them for me. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen clan who spoke again. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not wait to praise the young master of the Yi Karen clan. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This cooperation, he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen clan, those lackeys did not care so much and immediately attacked the people around them. One must know that the Yi Karen clan had always been running amok in the affiliated cities. Killing a few people was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, compared to the Kunlun god domain, the demon god domain revered strength more. There were not so many rules. At this moment, when these lackeys attacked, the divine beasts who were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yi Xian, he immediately shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Yi Karen's family isn't giving us a way out. Could it be that you're willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone, let's attack together. For the sake of survival, for our own lives." Yi Xian's voice naturally attracted the response of countless people. After all, the situation now could not be more obvious. The Yi Karen clan was prepared to kill them all. If they did not resist, then there would really be no way out. Alright, everyone, let's attack together. Even if we die, we can't die so cowardly. Everyone, let's resist them together. Someone shouted in response to Yi Xian. And with the first, there would naturally be the second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with voices. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? If he did not attack now, when would he? At this moment, the street was already in chaos. Chapter 2437. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Back at the Water Moon Cave abode the servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this affiliated city. But now, these lowly people actually dared to resist them. This was simply intolerable. However, there were some smart people who knew that this wasn't the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to their young lord, they would have to bear the consequences. But how could it be so easy for them to quell the chaos? Yi Xian continued to wander among the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the god slayer and killed people from time to time. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. Passers-by were being killed one by one. In addition to the chaos around them, it was only natural that more people would be drawn into the vortex. In fact, Yi Karen's family knew that they weren't welcome in this affiliated city. Therefore, they would bring hundreds of guards with them whenever they went out. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards weren't enough. These guards were like a drop in the bucket compared to the chaotic crowd. And the impact of the crowd forced these guards to protect their young lord with all their might. The conflict had already arisen. It wasn't easy to resolve it. Moreover, Yi Xian was deliberately looking for trouble. Ouyang Shui was following Yi Xian's orders to incite chaos. But suddenly, she was pulled aside by Yi Xian. "Let's go," Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. "Why should we go? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young lord of Yi Karen's family first?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned by Ouyang Shui's words. Yi Xian didn't expect Ouyang Shui to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyway, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected. There was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to disrupt the internal affairs of the demon god's domain. Of course, this was just a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave abode. This time, Yi Xian was only testing the waters. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in mind. He wanted to cause chaos in the Fiend God realm. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to bring up the matter of assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't do anything, the young master won't be able to survive. Yi Xian had a smile on his face because he could already see that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. A portion of people hoped to obtain benefits by helping the Yi Karen family. However, even more people were unable to suppress the fury in their hearts and directly attacked the Yi Karen family. In this way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this affiliated city. The more they killed, the more people would be dragged into it. It would not be that easy to calm the chaos in this affiliated city of the Water Moon Cave abode. Yi Xian quickly left with Ouyang Yangxue. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants rushed out of the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped and rushed over to help. Once these people joined in, they would not be of much use except to escalate the conflict. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire affiliated city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master was finally killed by an expert. With the death of the young master, the Yi Karen family would not let the matter rest. Therefore, the battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. The outside world had different reactions when they heard the news. Some felt that those lowly people were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family. Some felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again came to this affiliated city. At this time, the affiliated city was obviously much more desolate, and there were much fewer people on the streets. There were even remnants of the battle left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Ouyang Yangxue. At this time, Ouyang Yangxue had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's domain was impossible to mediate. The human race in the demon god's domain naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die in one night. After all, only then would they have space to live. Although this kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it did not hinder Ouyang Yangxue. Because of the riot in the affiliated city and the fall of so many experts in the demon god's domain, Ouyang Yangxue was happy from the bottom of her heart. As for Yi Xian, he did not feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian did not care about the death of these divine beasts. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time, it was clear that the entire affiliated city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen clan, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival did not receive the same welcome as before. The people who stayed behind only looked at Yi Xian coldly. Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. Yi Xian was just passing by this time. This subsidiary city was a necessary path to the Water Moon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Ouyang Yangxue were very fast. It did not take long for them to pass through the affiliated city. At this time, they were already outside the Water Moon Cave abode. The Water Moon Cave abode was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's domain. As a result, the inspection was very strict. Those who did not have the qualifications to enter would never have the opportunity to enter. Yi Xian and Ouyang Yangxue had not gone far when they were stopped by two people. Halt! Show me your tokens. Yi Xian looked up and asked the two people, what tokens? One of them looked at Yi Xian and said indifferently, why are you two here? If you are here to learn, then show your invitation tokens. If you are here to visit, then show your visiting tokens. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not speak. Ouyang Yangxue said coldly, we are here to kill. Do we also need to show our killing tokens? Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Chapter 2438. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Elder. Blocking the way unexpectedly, the two guards of the Water Moon Cave residents looked at each other and then laughed. Huh, two little kids, are you deliberately here to make fun of us? Killing in our Water Moon Cave abode? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Was it really a joke? Suddenly, a cold light flashed. That person who was laughing complacently abruptly stopped laughing. There was only fear in his eyes because that cold light had already taken his life. You, who are you? The remaining guard was a sensible person. If Yi Xian could instantly kill his companion, then he could naturally instantly kill him as well. Therefore, he didn't escape at all, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to that person at all. Just as he finished speaking, Wei Zhintian had already controlled the god-slaying sword to fly back and directly kill him. I told you that we're here to kill. You didn't believe me, so don't blame us. Oh, Yangxue said calmly. Yi Xian did not care so much. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the two divine beasts and their interspatial rings. After that, Yi Xian and Oh Yangxue continued to move forward. Along the way, it could be said that he killed everyone he saw. Although the Water Moon Cave abode was a gathering place for geniuses in the demon god's domain, ordinary guards were no match for Yi Xian. In a short while, they arrived outside the Water Moon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian finally met an expert, an elder of the Water Moon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian killed the two guards as he did before. At this time, a voice sounded. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you kill in my Water Moon Cave abode? Are you tired of living? Along with this voice, three figures directly descended. A divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was holding a magic weapon that looked like a mace. Behind him were two divine beasts in blue robes. This divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was the law-enforcing elder of the Water Moon Cave abode. They were just passing by and did not expect to see Yi Xian killing the guards. The sudden appearance of the three shocked Oh Yangxue, but she was not afraid at all. Looking at the three of them, Oh Yangxue said, 3 more to die. Along the way, Yi Xian had deliberately trained Oh Yangxue and allowed her to kill a few divine beasts with average strength. Of course, most of the time, Yi Xian was still the most. At this time, Yi Xian seeing the three of them. Yi Xian translation, system detecting the three's strength. Ding. System notification, targets are a 1st grade mid-divine Emperor Realm Elder and 2 7th grade High Divine King Realm Guards. His strength was average. It could be said that Yi Xian had enough confidence to kill the three of them. But this time, Yi Xian did not move. Instead, he said to Oh Yangxue, go, I'll leave them to you. Oh Yangxue was an expert at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. But because she had just gained strength, she did not have enough divine sense, so her strength was not enough. But undoubtedly, the best way to improve one's strength was to fight. That was why Yi Xian asked Oh Yangxue to do it. Yi Xian wanted to train Oh Yangxue. Oh Yangxue already had incomparable trust in Yi Xian. She understood in her heart that since Yi Xian wanted her to make a move, it naturally meant that he had the ability to kill 3 people. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she directly pulled out her sword and charged forward. This sword was a magic weapon given to her by Yi Xian. Although it was not as good as the god-slaying sword, it was not bad. Kill! Oh Yangxue shouted and slashed with the divine sword in her hand. The elder was not afraid at all. He waved his mace and blocked Oh Yangxue's attack. At the same time, the numerous sharp spikes on the mace suddenly burst into a ball of light, which filled the whole sky in an instant. Those sharp light shadows did not hesitate and directly surrounded Oh Yangxue. Wei Zhintian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords to surround Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not move at all. If Oh Yangxue, with her cultivation at the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, couldn't do anything to a 1st grade Divine Emperor realm elder, then Yi Xian might even consider not nurturing her. At this moment, Oh Yangxue looked serious. The magic weapon in her hand flew up and down. At the same time, a ray of light lit up in her body. This was the power of law that Oh Yangxue had comprehended. However, even Yi Xian found this power of law strange. This power of law was not any of the power of law that Yi Xian had mastered. It was extremely rare. What Oh Yangxue had mastered was the light speed boundary law. Hence the name. The power of law was the boundary law of light. The speed of light was already considered extremely fast. The boundary law of light restricted the power of light within a certain range. It could also be continuously accelerated to 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the speed of light. That speed was faster than teleportation, and even more terrifying than the power of law of space. After all, the power of law of light speed boundary law was different from the power of law of space or other power of law. This was a special power of law that could allow one to maintain their peak speed and continue to fight. As the light of law rose, Yangshua's figure turned into a ray of light. It was a mysterious ray of light that could not be detected by the naked eye or divine consciousness. At the same time, Yangshua's immature boundary law of light was also activated. The terrifying speed turned into the most advantageous means of attack. Even though the elder's divine consciousness was so powerful that it could reach a preliminary prediction. In the blink of an eye, he was struck down to the ground. This was because Yangshue had launched hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. Of course, at the same time that the elder was killed, the other two guards were also killed. Yangshue stopped what she was doing and looked at Yi Xian with tears in her eyes. Yi Xian naturally understood what she wanted to say. He nodded slightly and said lightly, "You did well this time." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yangshue suppressed the excitement in her heart and said excitedly. However, although Yangshue was not slow in killing the elder, she still gave the elder time to send out the signal. At this time, the Water Moon Cave Mansion had already received the signal of invasion. However, because the time was too short, the elder only had time to send out the signal of invasion. He did not say where and who was it. Therefore, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion could only be on high alert, but they did not know where the danger came from. Especially when they found that the guards had mysteriously disappeared, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion became even more vigilant. Yi Xian waved his hand and the three corpses and their interspatial rings were devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification, host has broken through to the rank 1 medium divine emperor realm. Who would have thought that this elder, who was a mid-level divine emperor realm expert, would only be able to raise Yi Xian's level by 1? Of course, Yi Xian did not care about this. Yi Xian had already decided to kill to his heart's content in the demon god's domain. It would not be difficult for him to raise his level. Chapter 2439. The Annihilation Organization and the Primogenitor at the same time, groups of divine beast geniuses from the demon god domain were studying as usual. Of course, there were occasional discussions about food. It was as if the experts from the demon god domain were more obsessed with food than the experts from the Kunlun domain. However, the delicacies in their mouths could never be separated from one word, and that was the human race. In the eyes of the divine beasts of the demon god domain, only humans were the most delicious food. These words only made Yi Xian even more certain in his heart that Yi Xian didn't do anything wrong when he killed the experts of the demon god's domain and Tian Cheng. At this time, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of the demon god domain's geniuses. The Godslayer suddenly rested on that person's neck without warning. After all, that genius did not expect that someone would want to kill him in the Water Moon Cave abode. "You will answer whatever I say next, but if you hesitate, be careful of your life," Yi Xian said calmly to that person. That person did not hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. "Let me ask you, what is the deal with the Holy Sun in the demon god domain?" Yi Xian knew that Luolua was called the Holy Sun. Of course, there might be other names, but the meaning was more or less the same. And Yi Xian could not find Luolua's whereabouts because of the identity of the Holy Sun. In reply to Senior, the Holy Sun is called by the primogenitor of the demon god domain. Only the genius chosen by the primogenitor can be called the Holy Sun and enjoy endless glory. That person did not know why Yi Xian suddenly asked such a question. After all, the Holy Sun was something that everyone in the demon god domain knew. However, since Yi Xian asked, he did not dare to hide it. Genius chosen by the primogenitor? Yi Xian frowned. In fact, Yi Xian had investigated who the Holy Sun was before, but it seemed that no one knew. Even if they did, there were different versions. Who would have thought that the answer he got in the demon god domain would be related to the primogenitor again? Although Yi Xian didn't know much about the so-called primogenitor, he had heard of him. After all, Yi Xian still had some mysterious blood in his hands. Back when Yi Xian had detonated the blood, he had heard the people of the demon god realm roaring about the return of the primogenitor. In any case, the primogenitor was extremely important and mysterious in the demon god domain. Now that Yi Xian heard the mention of the primogenitor again, it was inevitable that he would have some doubts. What is a primogenitor? Yi Xian couldn't help but raise a question. You don't know about the primogenitor? Who would have thought that the divine beast would dare to question Yi Xian when its life was clearly in Yi Xian's hands? But this guy immediately realized that he had said something wrong, so he immediately said, the primogenitor is the origin of the demon god domain. It is said that every divine beast clan has a powerful primogenitor. The power of the primogenitor is the source of the special abilities of every clan in the demon god domain. All of our racial talents are actually bestowed by the primogenitor. Although the primogenitor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, his power is everywhere. Moreover, every once in a while, someone would receive the blessing of the primogenitor. I heard that some people have tried to get the primogenitor's power back, but no one knows if it's true or not. That person kept talking, but Yi Xian thought of another power. Annihilation. It could be said that Yi Xian had completely eradicated the annihilation from the Kunlun god domain in a thunderous manner. But this didn't mean that the annihilation had completely disappeared. In fact, the annihilation still had remnants in other god domains. But what did the annihilation have to do with the primogenitor's power? On the surface, there seemed to be no connection between the two. However, Yi Xian had fought with the extermination organization countless times, so he knew in his heart that it was definitely not that simple to annihilate the organization. Or in other words, the extermination organization was definitely not as simple as he had imagined, and had nothing to do with the power of the ancestor. After all, the annihilation was also trying to summon some mysterious power, and they also had the primogenitor's return ceremony. Could there be a connection between the two? Yi Xian didn't know. But Yi Xian knew that whether it was the annihilation or the primogenitor, they must not be allowed to appear. After all, they were extremely evil. But if the annihilation was really summoning the primogenitor's power from the demon god domain, Yi Xian couldn't understand. After all, the members of the annihilation were almost all humans. And there was no direct connection between the annihilation and the demon god domain. Two completely unrelated forces were both thinking about the primogenitor's power, so Yi Xian couldn't ignore this. However, Yi Xian didn't know anything about the power of the ancestor. Moreover, very few people knew about it, and even if they could hear some of it, it would only be a legendary existence. No one could be sure whether or not there was any ancestor's power. Yi Xian put away his doubts and continued to ask the person, "Where can I find the chosen saint?" The person immediately stopped talking and said hesitantly, "Senior, may I ask which chosen saint you are looking for?" The total number of chosen saints has always been a secret. Legend has it that as long as there is a clan of divine beasts in the demon god domain, there will be a chosen saint. However, every holy sun did not stay in the same place. Most of the chosen saints are secretly guarded by their clans, while some are controlled by the divine master. Some of the chosen saints have undergone a test of strength and are constantly wandering around. Yi Xian was very dissatisfied with this answer, because it was as good as not saying anything. It wouldn't be of any help to Yi Xian at all. Although this fellow was extremely cooperative, it was a pity that the information he knew wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Therefore, with a thought from Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and killed him without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go, let's continue forward," Yi Xian said to Yangxue. Soon, the two of them left this place. Actually, Yi Xian couldn't bear to see such a massacre, because Yi Xian knew that some divine beasts didn't deserve to die. However, Yi Xian was even more clear in his heart that this was the demon god's divine domain, not the Kunlun divine domain. As a human, he was an anomaly in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't cruel, then he would only be cruelly treated by the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain. He could choose to be humiliated at will, or he could only be cruel and heartless. And most of the divine beasts in the demon god domain weren't innocent. That was why Yi Xian was so merciless. Yi Xian was all alone now. Any mishap could lead to his death. If he wanted to live, he had to be vigilant at all times. There was no room for mercy. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill these divine beasts, even if they were transformed divine beasts. Chapter 2440. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin follow me if you want to live. Yi Xian and Yangshu soon found another target. This time, it was a genius called Tian Ting by the divine beasts of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. This person was a Tian Ting beast. The Heaven Listener beast had a very special divine ability, and that was the Heaven Listener divine ability. It was said that the Heaven Listener divine ability could allow the Heaven Listener beast to hear anything it wanted to hear, regardless of whether it was a voice from millions of years ago or a voice from countless distances away. When the divine ability was cultivated to a high level, it could even hear the voice of the future. The Tian Ting beast's divine ability was very strange and unpredictable, but it also had many restrictions. But no matter what, this Tian Ting beast was undoubtedly a very good choice in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian believed that this guy might be able to grasp some secrets that others did not know. Then, who else could Yi Xian find but him? However, Tian Ting was different from others. Perhaps he was pretending to be deep or something, but this guy rarely showed himself in front of others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to find him but did not know how to do so. But Yi Xian did not know that Tian Ting had been taken away by the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. It turned out that after the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion learned of the death of a law enforcement elder, they also discovered the deaths of several guards. With so many people dying, it naturally attracted the attention of the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. Therefore, they found Tian Ting and promised him great benefits in the hope that he could use his divine ability to find out who the murderer was. How was it? What did you get this time? An elder said to Tian Ting. At this time, Tian Ting was standing in a large formation made of spiritual stones. Each time it was activated, it would require at least 100,000 spiritual stones. To maintain it, it would require no less than 1 million spiritual stones. With such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that Tian Ting's divine ability would not be activated so easily. At this time, the Water Moon Cave Mansion was willing to spend so much because of the continuous deaths of so many people. In fact, Tian Ting had already used up tens of millions of spiritual stones. Unfortunately, he still did not get anything. When Tian Ting heard the elder's question, he shook his head helplessly. This time, he followed the elder's instructions and chose to use his Tian Ting ability. However, he didn't hear anything useful. However, he did remember Yi Xian's voice. Unfortunately, just the voice alone didn't seem to be of much use. Of course, if Yi Xian knew that Tian Ting's mystique was so powerful, he would have to rejoice that he had acted swiftly and did not say anything. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. Hearing Tian Ting's reply, the elders did not give up. With a wave of their hands, another batch of spirit stones was added into the formation. It doesn't matter. Continue investigating. I don't believe that guy didn't leave behind any clues. An elder said to Tian Ting. Tian Ting naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to train his divine ability. If it were any other time, how could it be so easy to get such an opportunity? Now that there was a cave elder willing to spend spirit stones for him to train his divine ability, he naturally wouldn't mind. At this time, Yi Xian was also searching everywhere for Tian Ting. After another failure, Tian Ting had already searched all the locations controlled by the elders of the Water Moon Cave, but unfortunately, he didn't find the slightest clue. They had already spent 20 million spirit stones, which could be said to have reached the limit of what the elders of the Water Moon Cave could bear. Helpless, these elders could only give up and rely on Tian Ting to find clues. Tian Ting left the place with incomparable doubts in his heart. What kind of person could make the elders so concerned? After all, these elders didn't tell Tian Ting what had happened, so Tian Ting had no way to know. However, he didn't go far before he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Tian Ting didn't care, thinking that they were just ordinary disciples of the cave. However, when the two people came to Tian Ting's side, they asked Tian Ting, "Are you Tian Ting?" Tian Ting was slightly taken aback. He was considered a celebrity in the Water Moon Cave, and almost everyone knew him. Now, these two people's inquiry made Tian Ting a little confused. However, Tian Ting still nodded subconsciously, "Yes, I am Tian Ting." Along with this answer, Tian Ting suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura, and at the same time, two powerful divine swords had already locked onto him. All of this happened so fast that Tian Ting didn't have time to react. Of course, even if he wanted to react, he was probably not Yi Xian's match. After all, Tian Ting was only talented, but it didn't mean that he was very strong. In fact, Tian Ting was just a divine lord, so how could he stand a chance in front of Yi Xian? "If you want to live, then follow me obediently," Yi Xian said indifferently. At this time, Tian Ting seemed to understand something, but unfortunately, even if he understood, he was simply unable to resist. Facing the powerful Yi Xian, Tian Ting didn't even have the qualifications to speak. The two Godslayer swords could break his godhead at any time, so how could he resist in the slightest? Tian Ting was extremely shocked, but he could only follow Yi Xian helplessly. Before long, the three of them arrived at a remote place. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a divine talisman transformed into a simple array that wrapped around the three of them. The divine talisman's function was to conceal itself, and its effect was very simple. However, unless someone deliberately investigated this place, they wouldn't discover its uniqueness. "Now, you will answer whatever I ask you. If your answer satisfies me, I can spare your life, otherwise," Tian Ting naturally understood what Yi Xian was trying to say. After all, Tian Ting already knew Yi Xian's identity. This guy was the powerhouse who had killed the guards and even the elders along the way, then infiltrated the Water Moon Cave abode. Tian Ting had the urge to cry. He never imagined that such a powerhouse would come looking for him. Of course, he also knew why Yi Xian had done so. In fact, it was also because of his divine ability. Yi Xian had also taken a fancy to his special divine ability. For the first time, Tian Ting regretted that he had this divine ability. At this time, his divine ability, which was originally worth showing off and envied by countless people, had attracted huge trouble for him. "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Holy Sun?" Yi Xian asked indifferently. At the same time, he released a powerful pressure from his body, so Tian Ting didn't dare to hide anything. Tian Ting quickly began to answer, but he didn't let Yi Xian get much of what he wanted. However, Yi Xian also knew that Tian Ting wasn't lying. After all, what Tian Ting had heard was exactly what Yi Xian knew. There was no mistake. Chapter 2441. Chapter 2441, Chapter 2441 Rebirth of Dharma form. This question caused Tian Ting to hesitate slightly. It wasn't that Tian Ting was trying to hide something, but the answer seemed to be something that everyone knew. Of course, Tian Ting did not dare to hesitate. He immediately replied, "Entering the Master God battlefield can only be done with the teleportation token bestowed by the Divine Masters and Heavenly Kings. After all, once the Master God battlefield is closed, it will become a forbidden zone. As for the Kunlun Divine Domain, I have heard that it is possible to enter through some secret passageways. However, after the previous war with the Kunlun Divine Domain, these secret passageways have been sealed." "So you're saying there's no other way?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. When he heard that, he thought that Yi Xian was angry. He quickly continued, No, it's not like there's no chance at all. I've heard that each of the 8 great heavenly generals' palaces holds a special secret realm. That secret realm leads to both the Kunlun god domain and the demon god domain. Yi Xian frowned again. What's the use of that? Do you want me to kill those divine generals and steal the two-way secret realm? Heaven Listener was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling flustered as he tried to say something. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Because the information provided by Tian Ting did not seem to be of any real use. Of course, it was good to know that there were 8 two-way secret realms. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Listener beast. The Heavenly Listener beast's innate divine ability was not bad, and it could be used by Yi Xian. It was a pity to kill it just like that. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Listener beast was sucked into the devouring space. After all, once it entered the devouring space, the Heavenly Listener beast would be completely under Yi Xian's control. From then on, it would not be able to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Who said that Yi Xian knew that the Heavenly Listener beast would not be of much use to him in the short term after absorbing it into the devouring space? However, as the Tree of Laws grew, the devouring space would gradually become stronger, and it might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, even the Heavenly Listener beast did not have many clues. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. His gaze quickly gathered on the surrounding mythological beasts. These divine beasts were all geniuses of the demon god domain. Perhaps in the future, they would become the enemies of the Kunlun god domain and Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian hardened his heart and prepared to kill them all. These geniuses of the demon god domain, rather than leaving them alive to become enemies in the future, it was better to kill them all now. That's right. Yi Xian was going to massacre everyone in this place because Yi Xian knew full well that the people here would one day become the enemy of the Kunlun god domain and Yi Xian himself. What's more, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, Yangshua probably wouldn't let these people off. It could be said that none of these geniuses had not eaten humans before. In the eyes of these so-called geniuses of the demon god domain, humans were just food. So what reason did Yi Xian have to give them a chance to live? Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, kill them all. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly activated and controlled the 2 Godslayer swords to rush out. At the same time, Yangshua also rushed out. Since the establishment of the Aquamoon Cave abode, this was the first time it had encountered a bloodbath. The other meaning of geniuses was that they were not strong enough. The reason why they were called geniuses was because they had high potential, but it didn't mean that they were strong enough. Perhaps in the future, they could all become strong, but at least for now, they weren't that strong. And Yi Xian wouldn't give them the time to grow. The Godslayer swords danced in the air, and the geniuses fell one after another. The entire Aquamoon Cave abode was filled with wails. One by one, the divine beasts and geniuses transformed into their original forms and tried to resist or escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian and Yangshua were like 2 killing gods, killing everything in their path. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to remember how many divine beasts and geniuses he had killed. Because there was no need to. As long as an enemy appeared in his sight, none of them would escape. However, the havoc didn't last long. During this time, the elders in the Aquamoon Cave abode had never stopped looking for Yi Xian and Yangshua. Now that the 2 of them had appeared, they naturally attracted the elders' attention. Boy, how dare you act so presumptuously in the Aquamoon Cave abode? You're courting death. An elder quickly rushed towards Yi Xian, his body constantly emitting strong light. While rushing towards Yi Xian, he had already activated his gifted superpower. This was an expert who had cultivated from a giant porcupine. It could be said that he was the pride of the porcupine clan. After all, porcupines were generally less talented. It was rare for them to cultivate to the Divine Emperor realm. And this Divine Beast expert was a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor. Unfortunately, a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even bother to recall the Godslayer. He just casually threw a punch and a strong force instantly erupted. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, Yi Xian sent Elder Porcupine flying. However, the punch didn't take Elder Porcupine's life. Elder Porcupine was terrified after being sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. He stood in the distance, coughing up blood. He didn't dare to move forward. However, at this time, the other two elders had arrived. They first glanced at Elder Porcupine, then looked at each other and rushed towards Yi Xian. Ding! System notification: the target is a middle rank 4 Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Indeed, he was very strong. However, Yi Xian's title of Eternal Supremacy was not just for show. It was only 3 levels higher, so Yi Xian didn't put him in his eyes. The two elders transformed into their true forms because they were the kind of divine beasts that could only display their greatest combat strength in their true forms. These two elders were actually a tiger and a lion. Roar! 2 angry roars sounded. The two powerful divine beasts had already launched their attacks. They started with a tiger's roar and lion's roar. Violent sound waves erupted, forming a huge whirlwind that rushed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this kind of attack. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a strong force was launched, scattering the whirlwind. The two divine beasts' elders attacked again. After transforming into their true forms, they didn't use any magic weapons. This was because their true forms had long been trained to surpass most magic weapons. Even if they waved their hands, there would be a huge flash of light that wasn't any weaker than the light of a magic weapon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, put his hands together, and immediately activated a Dharma idol. The Dharma idol of the Glorious Empress. The Glorious Empress was once a strong person in the realm of the gods. She was skilled in several magical powers that could be said to be unbeatable. Chapter 2442. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Empress of Splendor. The second mystique was called Glorious Glory. This was a mystique that could use the power of the law of light to condense a giant singularity and cause explosive damage. This mystique could cause great damage within a certain range for a short period of time. When combined with the first mystique, it could naturally cause great damage to the enemy. In addition to these two mystiques, the third mystique was undoubtedly even more terrifying. This third mystique was called Glorious Destruction. Once this mystique was activated, the target that was locked on would be continuously injured by a giant pillar of light that descended from the sky as long as they were under the light. The body of 10,000 sovereign was difficult to obtain and had a long cooldown time. However, there was no doubt that the explosive damage was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian summoned the Glorious Empress of Splendor Dharma. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying pressure descended. The two elders, one tiger and one lion, were slightly stunned, but they did not give up on attacking. Instead, they continued to charge towards Yi Xian. As the two elders charged forward, they actually fused together and activated their combined mystique, the Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon. The Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon was a combination technique that the two elders had perfected over tens of thousands of years of tacit cooperation. It could be said that once the two of them activated this mystique, it was equivalent to perfectly fusing their powers together. The explosive attack power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Wherever the two of them ran, the clouds and fog dispersed. Due to their extreme speed, there was even an extremely powerful whirlwind around their bodies to protect them. Unfortunately, even so, it was useless. Dance for me. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the brilliant dance divine ability immediately descended. The two elders were stunned to discover that their bodies couldn't help but stop. They were even attracted by some mysterious power of law and danced on the spot. Although this time was very short, it was enough to make them panic. This was because Yi Xian's new attack had already arrived. Glorious Glory. A huge ball of light directly surrounded the two of them. Then, the ball of light quickly shrank. Yi Xian looked at the ball of light and said faintly, boom. While Yi Xian was speaking, the ball of light had already condensed to its limit. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and it exploded. Boom! With a deafening boom, the condensing light energy exploded in an instant. The powerful energy directly enveloped the two elders. After the explosion, the two elders were covered in blood and had no choice but to fall to the ground. But as soon as they landed, Yi Xian had no intention of letting them go. Glorious destruction. A beam of light descended from the sky. Before this, those two elders were standing together because they used their fusion innate techniques. But now, they became the reason for their deaths. In an instant, even the elders felt as if their bodies were melting. As a matter of fact, their bodies were indeed melting. The power of the law of light, no matter how tough one's body was, as long as it hadn't reached the point where the light couldn't be broken, it could be refined. This glorious annihilation used the law of light to destroy the enemy through the means of refining weapons. In other words, glorious destruction was refining the enemies within the light as materials. Of course, there would never be a result because the final result would be melting. What a terrifying scene this was. Two powerful elders of the Water Moon Cavern actually melted in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the surrounding elders didn't dare to make a move. They all looked at Yi Xian in horror. One of them asked Yi Xian loudly, "Who are you, sir? What grudge do you have with the Water Moon Cavern?" The Water Moon Cavern is a public cavern built in response to the orders of the Divine Master. Any prodigy can enter to cultivate and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you looking for trouble with the Water Moon Cavern? Yi Xian shook his head silently. Perhaps the Water Moon Cavern was aloof from worldly affairs in the demon god domain. Unfortunately, the divine beast prodigies you nurtured would one day appear in the Master God battlefield and become enemies with the Kunlun god domain. Then, Yi Xian would never let them go. Yi Xian ignored the elders. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the interspatial rings left behind by the two elders, one tiger and one lion. Yi Xian's calmness made the surrounding elders even more uncertain. After all, no one knew what Yi Xian's trump card was. Ouyang Shui, on the other hand, relied on her profound realm. Although she didn't have such powerful means like Yi Xian, she still killed several elders of the demon god domain. Under their hands, who knew how many divine beast prodigies they had killed? What do you want, sir? Why are you making an enemy out of the Water Moon Cavern? If the Water Moon Cavern is wrong, we are willing to compensate you for your loss. Please stop immediately. Another elder spoke up. This elder's true form was a dark unicorn. Therefore, there was a black aura lingering around him. Yi Xian looked at these people indifferently. However, he didn't really intend to let go. Of course, Yi Xian knew that once these elders all attacked, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand them. What's more, the Water Moon Cavern Master and several experts had yet to appear. Once they did, Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them. Yi Xian understood the principle of quitting while he was ahead. However, it would be a waste if he didn't ruthlessly extort the Water Moon Cavern Master. Fine, I can stop. However, your Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples have eaten my clansmen. How are you going to settle this? Yi Xian's words weren't fake at all. Weren't humans treated as food by these divine beasts? However, Yi Xian didn't say that he was a human. After all, if he said that he was a human, it would only cause those elders to madly attack him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the elders seemed to understand something. However, it was obvious that they had misunderstood. In the demon god's domain, it was very normal for many powerful races to eat the weaker races as food. However, this precondition was strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would be eaten by others instead. Then, they deserved to be unlucky. At this time, the elders obviously misunderstood Yi Xian's meaning. They thought that Yi Xian's clansmen had been killed and eaten by the Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples, so they came to seek revenge. So that's how it is. However, you're being a little unreasonable. Which clan of Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples did this? You can find trouble with his clan. Why are you targeting the entire Water Moon Cavern Master? Oh, is that so? Then those disciples said that they were from Water Moon Cavern Master and no one dared to hurt them. How do you explain this matter? Anyway, it was nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care so much. What? Is that so? Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the elders were obviously angry. At this time, a red figure descended from the sky. Greetings, Great Elder. It turned out that the Great Elder of Water Moon Cavern Master had arrived. Ding. System prompt, target is a 7th stage Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. Chapter 2443. Deterrence. There was no way Yi Xian could resist the Grand Elder. Yi Xian was on high alert. He had already decided that if the Grand Elder made a move, he would run away immediately. However, the Grand Elder's next words made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. Since it was the fault of my Water Moon Abode's disciples, then we must compensate them. Kid, take the resources in this interspatial ring as your compensation. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder actually gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? No, things weren't that simple. Sure enough, the Grand Elder spoke again. Kid, your 10-tailed Divine Fox clan lives in seclusion in the unworldly secret realm. When did you enter the mainland? 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of Empress Splendor's true form. Empress Splendor's true form was actually a 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. The Grand Elder clearly misunderstood and thought that he was a member of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. After all, the 3 Empress Splendor's abilities that Yi Xian used were the innate abilities of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Yi Xian understood the Grand Elder's point and smirked. Who cares about the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan? Yi Xian couldn't care less. As long as he got the benefits, it was enough. Let's go. Yi Xian waved his hand and led Ouyang Shui away, ignoring the Grand Elder. Clearly, the Grand Elder was extremely wary of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Seeing Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui leave, some of the ordinary elders didn't understand the Grand Elder's actions and asked, Grand Elder, are we just going to let them go like this? They killed so many of our disciples. What should we do when the clansmen of our disciples investigate? The Grand Elder looked back at the other elders and said calmly, tell them, if they have any objections, they can go find the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan and ask for punishment. That is, as long as they have the guts. Grand Elder, what's so special about the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan? Why are you so afraid? Lord Divine Master's true form is really the 10-tailed Divine Fox. What do you think will happen if the Divine Master finds out that one of his clansmen was eaten by a disciple of our Aquamoon Heavenly Cave? Don't think I don't know that your clansmen were also killed by this person, but I'll tell you the truth. You better pray that this person won't find trouble with you. Otherwise, the day of your clan's annihilation won't be far away. What? Almost all of the Water Moon Sect's elders were aghast. Very few people knew what the true form of the Demon God Realm's Divine Lord was, but they didn't expect the Great Elder to know. If that was the case, they would be willing to hand over the entire clan's resources, not to mention exchanging resources for safety. Almost immediately, all the elders found their own juniors and began to teach them a lesson without any hesitation. Because they knew very well in their hearts that if this matter was not handled properly, it would lead to the destruction of their entire clan. To challenge the Divine Master's original race, wasn't that just courting death? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that he had accidentally impersonated a member of the same clan as the Demon God's God Realm's God Master. At this moment, Yi Xian had already opened the interspatial ring given to him by the Great Elder. However, when he saw the resources in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he had only left because the Great Elder had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, he had never expected that the Great Elder would really give him compensation. Furthermore, it was such a generous compensation. It could be said that the resources in the interspatial ring given by the Great Elder were dozens of times more than all of the resources on Yi Xian's body combined. Of course, this was half of the Water Moon Cave Abode's inventory, so it was naturally a lot. System: classify the resources. Keep the resources that are useful to me, and devour the rest. Following Yi Xian's command, the system immediately sorted the resources. Soon, the results were out. Among the thousands of resources, only a dozen were determined by the system to be useful to Yi Xian. The rest were devoured by Yi Xian directly. Ding! System notification: host has broken through to rank 3 medium divine emperor realm. 2 realms in a row. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this result. As expected, robbing was the only way to get more resources and benefits. After Yi Xian left the Water Moon Cave abode, he led Yi Xian forward. After all, although Yi Xian was fearless in the Water Moon Cave abode, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the difference in strength. In the Water Moon Cave abode, even the Great Elder was not a match for Yi Xian, let alone the Cave Master. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to rob other places. This time, Yi Xian's goal was to find the saints. The demon god's god realm had described the saints to be so powerful. Yi Xian wanted to see how different these saints were. Yi Xian's first target was Mount Wuwang, which was the closest to the Water Moon Cave abode. The Divine Crocodile clan lived in Mount Wuwang, and there was a saint in the Divine Crocodile clan. Yi Xian's intention was very simple. He wanted to meet the saint of the Divine Crocodile clan. According to Tian, the saint of the Divine Crocodile clan was also a medium divine emperor realm elite. His strength was comparable to Yi Xian's. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to see how powerful this saint was. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, all the passages were sealed. It seemed that the only thing he could rely on was the two-way secret realm controlled by the 8 great divine generals. However, the 8 great divine generals were not easy to deal with. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to return to the Kunlun god realm, but he didn't have the strength. Besides, in the monster god realm, Yi Xian's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. After all, Yi Xian could kill all the divine beasts in the monster god realm without any fear and increase his strength quickly. After all, Yi Xian remembered clearly that the law contract with the 2 sacred halls was 10,000 years old. Yi Xian also remembered clearly how powerful that mysterious secret realm was. Therefore, the only way was to increase his level quickly. There were 3 things to do. First, find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Second, return to the Kunlun god realm. Third, find a way to increase his cultivation speed quickly and then go to the mysterious secret realm to train. These were the 3 most important things to Yi Xian now. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to find the other saints. After all, looking for the other saints would allow him to accomplish these 3 things at the same time. Looking for the saints would allow him to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts through the other saints. Even if one of them couldn't do it, there would be 10, or even 100. There was bound to be one who knew about Luo Luo's existence. Killing the saints would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation level quickly and strengthen himself. Then, he would be able to enter the mysterious secret realm to train faster. At the same time, every saint had a lot of resources in their hands. Perhaps they could find a way to enter the Kunlun god realm. Therefore, the saints were Yi Xian's best choice now. Chapter 2444. Poor humans. Wuwang Mountain was once a ruin left behind after the excavation of a spirit stone mine. However, after millions of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, it also triggered some changes, turning these ruins into a flourishing holy land. The Divine Crocodile clan was not originally the divine beasts of this place, but when they discovered the natural spiritual pond, they did not leave. They forcibly drove away the surrounding divine beasts and occupied this Wuwang Mountain. The Crocodile God clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spirit pool. Only a portion of the guards were left behind to guard the area. After all, in the past, when they occupied the Endless Mountain, they had also committed quite a number of massacres. Thus, they had no choice but to be on guard at all times. Even now, the divine crocodile tribe did not dare to let down their guard. At this time, Yi Xian and O Yangxue were walking along Wuang Mountain. Unexpectedly, O Yangxue suddenly thought of something. Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Wuang, there is a human village. I came here when I was young. Their village is one of the few human villages that can settle down in one place. Human village. Ever since he had come to the demon god domain, Yi Xian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality, he had not seen many humans. Since there was such an opportunity, Yi Xian naturally did not want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Yi Xian nodded in agreement, Ouyang Shui quickly led the way for the two of them. This place was originally just a wasteland, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. This was because spirit stone veins were special substances produced by the world, so they were naturally protected by the laws. Even though all the spirit stones in the veins had been dug up, the laws still protected them. Almost every spirit stone vein digger knew a legend. That was, even if the spirit stone vein ruins were completely excavated, it wouldn't take long for a new mother lode to form, thus giving birth to a new spirit stone vein. What is a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people yearned for. It would be of great use to anyone who obtained it. There were two main characteristics of the mother organ. The first was that it automatically gathered the divine power between heaven and earth to produce all kinds of minerals. Actually, everyone knew this without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic, which was known to very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain special blessings when cultivating laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even in a mineral vein, there was no guarantee that a mother or would be born. That thing was simply an existence that could only be found by chance. Now that Yi Xian had arrived at the mineral vein ruins, he naturally had some expectations. System, activate all detection and try to find the mother lode. Yi Xian instructed the system, and the two of them proceeded forward. Unfortunately, the legend was true. It was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Along the way, Yi Xian did not receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he did not find the mother lode. However, just as Yi Xian was about to give up, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Attention, host. Traces of the mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It was a pleasant surprise. What's ahead? Yi Xian asked O Yangxue. Ouyang Shui glanced at Yi Xian in surprise before saying, the village is right in front of us. O Yangxue was surprised because she thought that Yi Xian had discovered the uniqueness of this place. However, she did not know that Yi Xian had only detected the presence of the mother lode. Yi Xian heard O Yangshue's answer and did not say much. He just continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them found a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The most peculiar thing was that outside the cave, there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to form a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with their eyes, they would not be able to discover it with their divine senses. In fact, for the strong, most of the time, they would trust their divine senses more than their eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast powerhouse passed by, if they did not find anything unusual with their divine senses, they would not investigate. The cave was very well hidden, so even if someone came down to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything special. It was no wonder that the human village could hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this time, Yi Xian had some understanding. He was afraid that this gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother lode. Perhaps it was very likely that the mother lode was actually the one guarding this village. The two of them carefully walked into the cave. According to O Yangxue, the people of the village had arranged countless mechanisms and traps in this cave. Although these mechanisms and traps would not threaten Yi Xian, the people of the village had worked hard to arrange these traps. Yi Xian did not want to destroy them. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent the intrusion of divine beasts. Fortunately, O Yangxue was familiar with this place. In addition, Yi Xian's divine sense was powerful, so they were not in any danger. Soon, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Vaguely, Yi Xian could see the light of a fire clearly. Who are you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Then, several humans rushed out, holding simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magical weapons, but were woven from some kind of vines. One could imagine how powerful they were. But these were their only weapons. We are humans. Everyone, don't worry. O Yangxue hurriedly said. Sure enough, when these people heard that they were humans, they were less afraid. However, they did not relax their vigilance. When they saw Yi Xian and O Yangxue walk out, these people finally recognized that they were humans. You are little Shui. An older man looked at O Yangxue and asked in surprise. Yes, I am O Yangxue. Hello Uncle Lin. Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. Humans lived a life of fear and trepidation in the demon divine realm. For example, in this village, there were many people who had never left in their entire lives. And those who did leave, most never returned. Yi Xian and O Yangxue were given a grand reception. It could be said that this village had taken out the best things to entertain Yi Xian. Chapter 2445. Mine mother lode by mistake. The first type was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite food of the people here because it was very common. The second type was a white worm that grew in the cave. It tasted very bad and was very disgusting, but it was a delicacy for the people in the cave because it was the only meat they could eat. The third type was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food. It could be said that the living conditions here were extremely bad. At this moment, Yi Xian felt very bitter. After all, these people were Yi Xian's people. They were all humans, but they didn't expect to live like this. In the cave, there was a hole that wasn't very big, but that hole went through more than 10 twists and turns. After a few twists and turns, the people in the cave used a mirror made of crystal stones to project sunlight to the bottom of the cave. This was the only place where the people in the cave were exposed to sunlight. Fortunately, this was the realm of the gods. The 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here was quite abundant. Unfortunately, there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil at all, so there was no way to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Yi Xian looked at all of this in silence. In front of him, there was a house made of stones. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house, but a stone was enshrined. It was the Mother Lode. The Mother Lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Yi Xian had long given up on the idea of obtaining the Mother Lode. At the same time, he wanted to move the people here. Therefore, when these people were happily asking O Yangxue about the situation outside, Yi Xian proposed his idea. I want to take you away from here. Are you willing? Yi Xian didn't hesitate and asked these people directly. O Yangxue was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an expression of ecstasy. During this period of interaction, O Yangxue was the one who knew the most about Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he had an extremely strong foundation. Now that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to move the people in the village, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. Therefore, before those people could answer, O Yangxue excitedly persuaded them first. Yi Xian waited silently. He could suggest ideas, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't force them. Soon, the people in the village came to a decision. In the demon god domain, the human clan was unusually united, because everyone was very clear about what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the jaws of those powerful demon beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human clan. Therefore, when they heard Ouyang Shue's persuasion, none of them had any doubts at all. After all, they had long heard of how powerful the Kunlun god domain was. In their hearts, the Kunlun god domain was a sacred ground. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to take the risk. However, they had misunderstood Yi Xian. Yi Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, Yi Xian had even specially modified this area so that he could accept more people from the demon god domain in the future. In this place, Yi Xian had built palaces after palaces, circled out all kinds of delicious food, and hoarded large amounts of cultivation resources, all to provide these people with the most perfect living and cultivation environment possible. In fact, Yi Xian had also noticed the uniqueness of this place, and that was that everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those without talent had already been eliminated long ago. Of those who were left, 9 out of 10 could be considered geniuses in the Kunlun god domain. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, Yi Xian had allowed these people to cultivate and become stronger, so that he could use them for his own purposes. In the devouring space, due to the constant modification of the 12 abyssal trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that these people would like it there. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than a holy land. After settling the problem of the village, Yi Xian started to think about how to deal with the alligator god clan. From these people, Yi Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the alligator god clan's spiritual pool. The alligator god clan's natural department might have allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spiritual pool, which could be considered as protecting this place indirectly. After all, the power in the spiritual pool came from the mysterious mother lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yi Xian wanted to take away the mother lode, which would naturally affect the interests of the alligator god clan. In fact, it would affect the core interests of the alligator god clan. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Yi Xian wanted to take away the source of power of the alligator god clan's spiritual pool. Therefore, when Yi Xian put these people into the devouring space, he didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of going against an entire clan by himself, but he also knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what kind of experts the alligator god clan had. At this time, Ouyang Shuai stood quietly beside Yi Xian. Ouyang Shuai didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Yi Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Ouyang Shuai asked Yi Xian. In Ouyang Shuai's heart, Yi Xian's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, Ouyang Shuai didn't know why Yi Xian was standing there in a daze. Yi Xian was deep in thought at this time, so he didn't think too much about it. He replied casually, "I'm thinking, how can I take the mother lode?" As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at the mother lode. Ouyang Shuai didn't know how powerful the mother lode was. When she saw Yi Xian pointing at the mother lode, she flew over and took it down. "Big brother Yi, do you want this thing?" Ouyang Shuai blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he was incomparably shocked. Why did you take it down?" At this time, Yi Xian could feel that the energy that was constantly pouring into the mother lode had disappeared. Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that the alligator god clan definitely knew the secret of the spiritual pool. The reason why they didn't take the mother lode was that they were worried that taking the mother lode would affect the spiritual pool. Now that the energy of the spiritual pool had disappeared, even the alligator god clan would know that something had happened under the spiritual pool. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He grabbed Ouyang Shuai and wanted to leave. Chapter 2446. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The god-slaying sword was evolving. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as the experts of the alligator clan landed at the bottom of the lake. These experts were obviously more interested in the mother lode than Yi Xian had imagined. They had surrounded Yi Xian as soon as they appeared. In other words, Yi Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the alligator clan. The reason why they had not done anything was because they did not care about the human village at the bottom of the spiritual pool. They did not care about Yi Xian at all. Now that Yi Xian had taken the mother lode, the alligator clan had no choice but to take action. Damn it! How dare you take the holy stone? You're courting death. One of the experts of the alligator clan shouted at Yi Xian. They knew about the mother lode. However, this mother lode was special. Otherwise, they would not have called it the holy stone. A total of 9 powerful experts from the divine alligator clan completely surrounded Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yi Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd level of the divine emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th level divine emperor realm expert. Yi Xian could not resist at all. This was the biggest crisis that Yi Xian had ever encountered. What should I do? Yi Xian thought quickly. 9 experts of the alligator clan had surrounded Yi Xian. If he attacked now, he would be courting death. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. In that instant, Yi Xian quickly thought about his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian did not have any trump card to fight against the 9 experts of the alligator clan. Once he attacked, he would definitely die. After all, in addition to the level 6 divine emperor, there were 2 other level 6 divine emperors. The honorable rank title allowed Yi Xian to be invincible among those of the same level. He could even challenge those of a higher level in a one-on-one battle. However, that didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against 3 high-level divine emperors. If they fought, they would definitely lose. Run! There was no escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to release the sword attendant, but don't forget, this was the territory of the divine alligator clan. As for these 9 people, Yi Xian didn't believe that they were all the experts of the divine alligator clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a team of guards for the alligator god clan. Oh Yangshui, don't resist. I will send you away. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into his devouring space. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, Yi Xian casually took Ouyang Shui into his devouring space. Just as Yi Xian had said, without Ouyang Shui around, Yi Xian had less to worry about. At the same time, the mother lode was in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system notification rang out. Ding! System notification, detected special resource, Sacred Heart Mother Lode. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't noticed. He was quickly thinking of a countermeasure to deal with the system notification. However, the Godslayer reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered ever since he had obtained the Godslayer. One had to know that the Godslayer now had Wei Xintian as its weapon spirit. However, Wei Xintian couldn't control the Godslayer. It was obvious that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a strange change had begun. From the sky, 9 brilliant pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even more strange was that once the 9 pillars of light reached the Godslayer, they rapidly condensed. Absorb. It was absorbing. The Godslayer was actually absorbing the power of the 9 pillars of light at a rapid speed. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power the 9 pillars of light represented, Yi Xian knew that this wasn't a simple matter. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. An extremely powerful elite from the divine crocodile tribe descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him quickly. We can't let him take away the power of the mystic light. The elite shouted as soon as he appeared. The 9 elites from the divine crocodile tribe didn't hesitate at all. They all rushed toward Yi Xian at the same time. Yi Xian was shocked. Even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, Yi Xian would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone 9 of them. Furthermore, there was a super elite among them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the engulfing space to temporarily escape. However, what happened next made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Although the 9 of them rushed toward Yi Xian, they were stopped by a strange energy before they could even get close to Yi Xian. It was formless and colorless. Neither the naked eye nor the divine consciousness could detect it at all. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside and couldn't enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their angry roars. Yi Xian could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks and themselves couldn't enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the super elite from the divine crocodile tribe looked regretful. This was because only he knew that the mother ore wasn't an ordinary mother Oregon. He also knew that this mother ore was special. There were countless rare treasures in this world. There were naturally many rare treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen Dharma treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the surface, but they were extremely powerful. However, some treasures were hidden among the myriad of treasures. Those who didn't know the value of these treasures would never discover them. This mother ore was such a special mother Oregon. The most important thing about this mother ore wasn't the material itself, but its special properties. This mother ore could be used as a guide to guide the power of the mysterious light to refine Dharma treasures. Just like what was being done to the god-slaying sword now. Dharma treasures refined by the mysterious light were definitely not ordinary treasures. A Dharma treasure refined in this way would be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a rare treasure could be said to be a good item that could only be found by chance. At this moment, the super elite was extremely regretful. If he had been as blind as a bat and hadn't failed to recognize this mother ore, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. It should be known that such a rare treasure's special ability could only be used once. Therefore, after Yi Xian used this mother ore, this originally incomparably magical mother ore was now useless. Thinking back, although the divine crocodile tribe had discovered that this mother ore could allow the spirit pool to gather mysterious energy, they hadn't thought much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special. However, who would have thought that this would be the result when the mystery was revealed? Not only had they not obtained such a rare treasure, but the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile tribe accept this? Chapter 2447. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It had become a treasure. Since they couldn't get the mother lode, the divine crocodile tribe elites decided to take the Godslayer instead. The mysterious power continued to pour into the Godslayer, causing it to rapidly undergo huge changes. Outside, more and more elites from the divine crocodile tribe rushed in and surrounded Yi Xian. Inside, Yi Xian could only look at the Godslayer silently and wait. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking of a countermeasure. The current situation was obvious. The divine crocodile tribe was determined to get the mother lode and the Godslayer. Once the light disappeared, the evolution would end and the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Yi Xian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defense. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defense would be able to bring Yi Xian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any means. As long as it could help Yi Xian would do it. Time passed quickly. At first, they thought that the evolution wouldn't last long. However, that wasn't the case. 7 days had passed, but the light still hadn't disappeared. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, there was nothing he could do. So, finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would think that a rare treasure had appeared. Naturally, those who saw the light wouldn't let go of the chance to seize the rare treasure. Haha, I want to see what kind of treasure has appeared and caused such a big commotion. At that moment, another elite arrived. His voice was like thunder from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Some people whispered. It was obvious that the old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. After a while, Yi Xian saw an old man with the face of an old man, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took shook the ground like an earthquake. As he walked, the elites of the divine crocodile tribe opened up a path for him. Obviously, even the elites of the divine crocodile tribe didn't dare to block the old man of the Divine Valley's path. What is that thing? Why is it so powerful? It's mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite sedan chair carried by 4 beautiful women of the 9th level Divine Emperor realm flew over. Time, the Divine Crocodile tribes. A rare treasure has appeared. It seems like there will be another bloody storm. How lamentable. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sadness, but no one knew why he was sad. The Divine Crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to settle down in a corner because the Divine Crocodile clan was very clear that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together and looked around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Someone arrogantly looked around as if he wanted to start a fight. There were also some people who just quietly searched for a spot, not bothering to ask. More and more experts joined in. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Yi Xian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. However, it was a novel experience to become a treasure and a target for others to fight over. Of course, as the number of powerhouses increased, Yi Xian felt a little more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as one was seizing a treasure, then a bloody battle was unavoidable. Moreover, if one of the seizing parties did not decide the victor, then no one could even think of seizing the treasure. Now, countless experts had gathered, and every one of them was eyeing Yi Xian covetously. Naturally, Yi Xian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Yi Xian, there was no doubt that they would immediately be surrounded by others. Therefore, Yi Xian had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Xian was safe. In the current situation, Yi Xian had just obtained an opportunity. Whether he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for a total of 13 days. During these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Yi Xian and the God Slayer, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. And 13 days was enough time for countless experts to arrive. At this time, there were hundreds of experts gathered outside Yi Xian, and of course, there were tens of thousands of others. The outer periphery was now divided into 3 layers. The first layer was where the hundreds of experts each occupied a spot. No one made a move. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and formed groups. Then, there were clans like the Divine Crocodile tribe. Because they were clans, they had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost layer, there were divine beasts who came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they were not qualified to participate in the treasure hunt, but they were unwilling to leave so easily. Therefore, they gathered around and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that they were also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the Godslayer's evolution did not end immediately. The Godslayer hung high above Yi Xian's head, and waves of powerful energy were continuously released. The outer layer of the barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. Some divine beasts saw that the light had retreated and thought that they had a chance. They rushed forward, but they did not expect that not only would they not be able to break through the barrier, but they would also be rebounded by the barrier. As a result, they were severely injured and had to flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the evolution of the Godslayer had nothing to do with his soldiers. But this time, he was wrong. Wei Zhentian still could not enter the Godslayer, but the Godslayer hung high above Yi Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy were continuously channeled into Yi Xian's body. This energy was extremely destructive, and Yi Xian could not resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff were shocked, and their faces were filled with envy. Sword body purification referred to the strange phenomenon of a spiritual divine sword feeding back to its master. When a spiritual divine sword gathered enough power and developed strong feelings for its master, it would use its own power to purify its master's body. This kind of purification was extremely rare. Not only did it have high requirements for the divine sword's quality, but it also required an extremely strong power to support it. In addition, the divine sword itself had to have strong feelings for its master. The last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the weapon spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to reach this stage, it meant that the divine sword already had a preliminary spiritual intelligence. Chapter 2448. The treasure snatching begins as the saying goes, 10,000 spiritual swords will be enlightened. 10,000 will be enlightened. 10,000 will be enlightened. 10,000 years will be enlightened. This sentence showed how rare it was for a divine sword to be enlightened. Of course, it was also because of this that trying to disrupt the divine sword at this time was tantamount to courting death. Legend had it that there was once a super strong martial artist who tried to stop the divine sword from being enlightened. In the end, he succeeded because he was very powerful and surpassed that person by a few realms. Unfortunately, he was also killed by the divine sword. When the sword body was being purified, it was usually because the divine sword had been greatly strengthened and was able to unleash an extremely powerful force. No one knew how powerful the divine sword was during the sword body purification process. After all, those who tried to find out would only end up dead. Now, they could actually see the first cleansing of the divine sword. It was impossible for them not to be surprised. Of course, it was also because of this that the divine beasts were even more certain that they had to seize the god-slaying sword. After all, the cleansing of the divine sword would end sooner or later. Once it ended, the divine sword would return to its original state. At that time, the divine beasts would naturally be able to seize it. Although they had never heard of a divine sword being able to undergo a second cleansing, the fact that it was able to do so proved that the divine sword contained an extremely powerful foundation. Furthermore, everyone naturally saw that the 9 rays of mysterious light were injected into the god-slaying sword. Hence, they naturally knew that the god-slaying sword was tempering itself at the same time as the sword was being cleansed. At this time, Yi Xian could clearly feel the changes in his body. It could be said that every cell in his body was undergoing an extremely intense change. Rays of sword essence continuously flowed into Yi Xian's body, and these sword essences actually directly merged with Yi Xian's body. This power was only 1/10 of the original power. Of the remaining 90% of the power, 60% flowed into Yi Xian's divine pavilion, while the remaining 30% flowed into the depths of Yi Xian's soul and consciousness. Mysterious transformations were constantly taking place. The most direct and intense change was Yi Xian's divinity. The divinity did not have a fixed shape. Everyone's divinity was different. Furthermore, most divinities were a mass of mysterious power that could change at any time. However, Yi Xian's divinity actually condensed and transformed into the shape of a sword. Sword-shaped divinity. Although Yi Xian did not know the use of this change, he knew that it was definitely beneficial for him. The most obvious change was in the Godhead, but the most intense change was in the divine will. At this moment, Yi Xian's spiritual will had actually given birth to a new divine ability, the divine will sword. This sword of divine will was no longer just a sword light condensed from divine will to kill the enemy. It was a true divine ability. Sword of divine will has a certain chance of killing the enemy in one hit. Has a large chance of punishing the enemy with a 10,000 times critical hit. Of the divine sword of the divinity. Divine sword of the divine sword of the divine sword. Divine sword of the divine sword, divine sword of the divine sword of the sword. The sword of divine will's variant ability, the sword of divine will confuse with the power of the 6 runes mantra to strengthen the attack. There was such an ability. Yi Xian was slightly delighted. The 6 true words could be combined with his divine sense. Adding the special ability of the divine sense sword to permanently lock onto his attacks, it was a very good combination. Normally, Yi Xian would be overjoyed. But now, Yi Xian was not happy. After all, Yi Xian did not even know if he could leave. The sword baptism continued for a while. But what was to come would come. At this time, the sword baptism was over. Naturally, the battle began. Boom! There was a loud sound. The first to attack was Old Man Kamitani. At this time, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Yi Xian. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. The divine wood sword servants did not need Yi Xian's orders. They hurriedly stood guard beside Yi Xian, waiting for Old Man Kamitani to attack. However, it was clear that Old Man Kamitani would not be so simple to attack Yi Xian. Old Man Kamitani, are you trying to monopolize the treasure? With a shout, another powerhouse attacked. However, this time, he did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked Old Man Kamitani. Bam! The two of them quickly exchanged a blow in the air. Then, they separated. Blazing Sky God Rock, what are you trying to do? Humph. What am I trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? That's right, Kamitani. You're being a bit unkind. Why do you want to monopolize the treasure? Actually, everyone knew that this chaotic battle was unavoidable. They just didn't want to be the first to attack. Old Man Kamitani's sudden attack was against everyone's interests. It was only natural that others would try to stop him. However, Old Man Kamitani did not say anything. He directly charged towards Blazing Sky God Rock. The two of them quickly engaged in battle. At this moment, there were already people fighting, but the others weren't idle at all. Don't think that they'll just sit there and watch the show. Yi Xian's strength was weak. It could be said that in the eyes of these experts, anyone could kill him. And such a precious treasure was something that everyone wanted. Thus, it was inevitable that some people would take the risk. However, no matter who made a move, they were immediately stopped by others. Yi Xian had been watching coldly from the sidelines, so he could see the situation clearly. The Old Man of the Divine Valley and the Blazing Sky Divine Rock were simply putting on a show. Although the two of them were fighting, they didn't intend to kill anyone. In other words, the two of them had been preparing to mess up this situation from the very beginning. At this time, battles were breaking out everywhere. The powerhouses were all looking for their opponents. However, there were several people who were not actually attacking. Yi Xian could not understand the current situation. After all, if Yi Xian was searching for the treasure by himself, or if he was in human territory, such a chaotic situation would not occur. However, this was the demon god's realm. Thus, it was normal that some things were not within Yi Xian's expectations. Of course, Yi Xian did not have it easy either. There was no chance for him to escape. The god-slaying sword had already returned to Yi Xian's side. Under Wei Zhintian's control, it circled around Yi Xian. The divine wood sword servants also guarded Yi Xian vigilantly. However, this did not give Yi Xian a sense of security. After all, other than the powerhouses, there were also many people who wanted to seize the treasure. In the hearts of these people, once they obtained the god-slaying sword and successfully left, their strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Even if they did not use it themselves, they could still obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources once they traded it away.